that Andrea has just happens to get a lot more opponents who are younger than her than what Alex does, which is unlucky because a lot of the time, if you're playing against an 1800 or a 1900 who is older than you're most likely going to have better luck against them because they've been playing for longer and maybe not taking chess as seriously. Otherwise, their rating would be higher. But if you're playing against someone who's younger than you, yet has the same rating as you, there is a very, very solid chance that they are just passing through, that they were like 1600 2 months ago. And with a K factor of 40, they're going 1600, 1700. You're just a stepping stone to their like next 100 rating points. So it is a little, unfortunate. And it's not to say that we can't have really good games against younger players. I myself am still a chess player. At the moment, national champion, continental champion. So going after my women grandmaster title. And actually, I played the continental championship a couple of months ago. And one of my youngest opponents were like 11 or 12. She's a good friend of mine as well, Deborah from Nigeria. And her rating's something like 1950. And in Africa, that's pretty high. Okay. And it's the game that I lost in the championship. I wasn't upset because I know she's strong. And at some point, I know I'm going to blink my eyes. She's going to be 16 years old and probably like some 2200. So we can't really feel bad about it. Yeah. No, I really hope that Andrea does well in this game, and they're playing pretty solid openings too. Yeah. All right, so I think our resident Grandmaster is about to join us and can talk us through some of the openings. And I'm also hoping that through going back and forth the live games, we're able to update the classroom, or rather just the games that you can see on the board. Or perhaps I can pawn off some of the dirty work onto Arian. Yeah. It's ASMR. Yeah, I still have a little bit of a sick voice, so please bear with. I'm trying my best. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Wasn't Alex withdrawing from the was Alex? So Alex, I think, was leading with 4.5 out of 5, which is brilliant. And it often means that I can't say that you can relax for the rest of the tournament, especially with it being 9 rounds and it's pretty grueling. You're playing tournament, maybe top seed or something like that. And then oh, did we lose a board? The game was so intense. The temperature rose to such a degree that the board just went. Yeah. And you can lose 1 or 2 games, but unless you're getting sick, no reason to drop out of the tournament. Yeah. It is me. Those of you who know me, hello. Those of you who don't know me, sup? How's it going? Jesse here. All right. I think we have some moves on the board, so let's update Alex's board. So the thing is, I don't play the King's Indian an awful lot. I think the last time I actually played the King's Indian, I played it in a simultaneous against Grandmaster Alexis Strikovic. I don't know if you know Alexis Strikovic, strong Grandmaster from Serbia. I think he resides in Spain at the moment. He was down in South Africa for a little bit. Okay, this seems decent. I'm assuming that white will want to, at some point, fianchetto the bishop on this diagonal. And yeah, he was coaching someone in my hometown, Port Elizabeth. Yeah, he was coaching someone. Oh, I can hear myself. Hi, Arian. How are you?
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you. We can't see you just yet on stream. So I could just be another voice in my head, you know. How you doing?
Oh, the other voice in your head. Yeah, sorry for the times got mixed up, but finally we're here. But how are you doing?
Good. No, it's okay. We know the stronger the chess player, the more of an entrance you have to make. So being fashionably late, we're used to it by now.
Yeah, I'm blaming the Argentinian time zone. I'm on the
You're in
other
Argentina?
other side of the world. Yeah.
No
Um,
way. How long have
but
you
it's
been there?
I've been here for 2 weeks. I've been here for 2 weeks. I played a tournament and I'm just visiting and yeah, I haven't really been to this part of the world before, so it's cool to visit. Have you been in South America before?
I have never visited South America. I hear wonderful things about it. But how's the weather? Because I know Southern Hemisphere is getting, very cold now, but
Yeah,
it always seems to be like tropical.
I would never ever expect traveling from Norway. It could be be colder to go to Argentina, but actually it's really cold here. It's like 7 degrees Celsius
Oh.
today. Yeah,
Hmm.
and the wind is very strong, so it almost feels like a Norwegian winter going from Norwegian summer to Argentina and experiencing
My
the
goodness.
yeah, it's really cold, but it's I mean it's okay. It's probably better in South Africa.
Yeah, we have our warm days and our cold days, but unfortunately, I just came back from a really, really cold time in Johannesburg, and yeah, caught a bit of a flu. So if I step away from the camera, it's not because I don't understand what you're saying. I do have trouble understanding, but I'm also really sick. So you know, I'm getting there.
Oh,
But
hope you feel
so
better
you
too. So
chose.
sorry to hear about that.
Thank
Which
you.
city are you in?
At the moment, I'm in Cape Town, so I live
Cape
in
Town.
Cape
Okay,
Town. Yeah.
cool.
Have you been
So
to South
we
Africa before?
no, I've never been to actually in Africa. The only country I've been to is Tunisia. I haven't been to more south than that, but I hope to go one day. I mean, it's I heard a lot of good things.
Okay, that's awesome. You played in Jerba, right?
Yeah, I played in Jerba. It's an island outside of Tunisia. It was a couple of months ago. It was in February. So I was
Mm.
surprised you were not there, but yeah, it was it's a nice island. So
We're on
they
opposite
have
ends.
played some
Yeah.
moves.
Yes, they have. So we have the link from, I don't know, it's a website we can't really name on this channel. I'm joking. It's on Chess. We have the live moves, and then we'll be feeding them through to chess.com just so everyone can see. So this is the
Uh,
live position for Andrea at the moment. You can let me know once you're in both of the classrooms because you're about to school everyone in
is the
chat.
link in the
So
Discord chat or to
say that
the? Oh,
again.
I see it. I see it now. Okay.
And then we still need to.
I see both games. Which one do
So
you start with? Do you want to start with Alex game or Andrea's game?
I think because Andrea is facing some more emotional damage by playing a kid yet again, let's start with Andrea. And I still need to update the
Wow,
board manually.
that's a really difficult name to pronounce. Have you tried pronouncing that so far?
You're telling me you have trouble pronouncing Polish names?
Yeah, it's shocking, right?
They're so easy. What do you mean? It's exactly what you can see on the screen.
Actually, the surname is very doable, but I think the first name is more tricky for sure.
I'm sure you pronounce it like Peter.
Mishlap? I don't know how to pronounce that, but
I think his name is Peter.
Peter. So that long name is for Peter.
Yeah, a lot of the letters are actually silent.
Oh, okay. So
No,
you
I'm kidding. Someone in chat says you can call him Presmek. Presmek.
Chrismic? Okay, Chrismic. Yeah, Chrismic is playing white here, and we have a fianchetto King's Indian, like white played with G3, Bishop G7, Bishop G2, Castle, Knight C3, D6. By the way, so if we're gonna move the pieces, do we so the viewers can see when we're like analyzing moves
Mhm.
where we can I see that or do they have to take a
Yeah,
blindfold?
yeah, we can do both. I think it's good to test your visualization skills. But on one hand, we could just use the classroom to make as many moves as we'd like. I made sure that the main moves that are entered at the moment are the live moves, and then we can just use it for analysis. I think both, and then we'll just go back to the live position and just mention to everyone if we're going to be sidetracked, which I'm sure with all the questions I have, we will be. Do you play a lot of the King's Indian? Because I'm actually seeing that both Alex and Andrea are playing the King's Indian today.
Actually, King's Indian is the only opening that I never played in my life, so that's perfect.
Oh,
Uh,
wow.
but I know quite a bit about it, so it will be interesting to discuss. But wait, I'm just trying to get into the classroom here.
Okay.
Have you played the King's Indian before?
I was just talking to chat right before you arrived, and I said the last time I played the King's Indian, and probably the first time I played the King's Indian, was in a simultaneous. And usually, you don't really take simultaneous games as seriously as you take, your classical games and so on. So I played against Grandmaster Alexa Strikovic
Hmm.
from Serbia. He was in South Africa. He was coaching one of the locals for a while, and he was giving us simultaneous. And I just decided, okay, let me play the King's Indian defense. He
How did
doesn't
that
know
go?
me. I don't know him. It was actually quite good. So I was one of the last players seated playing, and he had to grab a chair at the end and sit across from me, and they had to put us on a clock, like 5 minutes
Oh,
aside or
wow.
something. Okay,
Last
but
man
that's when
standing?
things. Sorry, I was the last one. Well, yes, I was the last one sitting, standing,
That's
and
pretty cool.
it felt cool. It felt really cool. And okay, at the end, I lost, but I felt like I really gave him a run for his money. Yeah,
I mean, he's a very strong grandmaster. So that's okay. So here I have the okay. Now I got both links, so that's great. We can discuss the positions.
good stuff. Okay, so H3 was
Um,
played and then knight A6. I'll try to stay.
yeah. So H3 was played knight a6. So this is very typical. Black wants to get the knight to c5. That's where knight belongs, and also like that's why black played a5 to control the b4 square, and then went knight a6. So knight c5 next, and white can kick it away with b4. And to me, this looks like a very fine position for black. It's this system isn't really like the most challenging for black, I would say. I don't know if you've faced a G3 system before. What did Strikovic play against you?
He did not play the Samish, nor did he play the Fianchetto Bishop G2 line. I think he just played regular like Bishop E2. Bishop, you're really testing my memory here. I just remember the opening, and I remember at moments where I was winning, and there are spots, blind spots everywhere. This was something like 5 or 6 years ago. So yeah, I think it was. I ended up getting some space on the queen side, but what I realized was along with trying this like A3 B4 idea, it was important at some stage because I had A5 on the board to play
Mhm.
something like B3, A3, and then B4 for some reason.
Yeah, it takes
And that
it
was
takes
too.
time to get B4, and it's always a long process. And sometimes when white plays A3 to play B4, like we can show some variations here, like let's say knight d2, knight c5. And if white wants to play for b4, are you guys seeing the moves? Oh yeah, yeah. So white always has to play b3 first, and
Okay, I see.
then go a3. Like let's say bishop d7, a3. Let's say rook to e8. And then white has to spend another tempo on rook to b1, and only then b4 is threatening, because like even here, if you go b4, you still can't do it because the rook on a1 is hanging.
Mm,
So it always takes a long time to get b4, and then also you have to always start with b3 and then go a3, because if you go a3 first, black goes a4, and this is like positionally a disaster for white, because the b3 square is sort of like always controlled, and you don't really want to go b4 if you're left with this pawn on a3. So yeah, it's not easy for white to get b4 in.
I was going to ask, you said that bishop g2 wasn't the most challenging line. So, what is one of the most challenging lines for black to face when playing the King's Indian defense? What stops people from playing King's Indian defense?
I would definitely say it's more about the main, I mean, the main lines with putting all the pawns in the center. So that would be like knight c3, let's say bishop g7, e4, d6. So knight f3, castles, bishop e2 used to be the old main line. So black plays e5 here, castles, knight to c6. And I mean, there
Mhm.
are tons of games back in the days where so white plays d5, knight e7, and let's say knight to e1. You have knight d7, bishop e3, f5, f3. Eventually, yeah, to explain the basics of the King's Indian, like black tries to just put all his pieces on the king's side and try to give mate, and white
This
tries
looks
to
a lot
win
like one of
queen's side.
Hikaru's games that I looked at way back when.
Yeah, I remember Hikaru had a game against Wesley here. I think it was in the 2015 US Championship where Hikaru actually got in a nice attack and won, mated Wesley. But in general, this race is considered to nowadays it's considered to be fine for black. Personally, I would be more afraid if my opponent would go for my king than I would be going on the queen side. But this used to be the old mainland, but now there are all kinds of other lines, like I would say like h3, castles, bishop e3 is very, very critical.
There's that
Uh,
f4 scary, like four pawns looking thing.
yeah, this is also f4. F4 is also very playable for whites, like I think castles, knight f3, c5, and I mean white has a strong pawn center, but black is also like very solid in a way that this bishop on g7 can always be strong. Like sometimes black tries to play b5 and gets counterplay. B5 takes a6. There are so many ways you can play against the King's Indian, but bishop e2, castles, bishop e3 is popular. Like these days, white tries to expand with g4 and h4 very quickly, and
Mm.
the engines has changed so much the last 5 to 10 years, and which makes it harder for a King's Indian player because the engine always gives a big advantage for white in the King's Indian. But I mean, it's the opening is pretty much still alive, and definitely not a bad one.
Yeah, this is something I definitely wanted to ask. You're having to keep up with the current lines of the current times and all of the rest. How do you do that? What is it that you use the most? Do you use Twick? Do you look over some of the games that engines play against each other? Like, what is it that you use to prepare?
Yeah, you definitely use Twick. So for let's say like professional grandmasters who want to like keep up to date and like check all the latest openings and games and so on. Every Tuesday there's like all the games are uploaded on a site called I think tweak.com where yeah, like all the games that are played in the tournaments they are there. So you upload that and then you use chess base where you just like analyze and look at openings and use engines. um yeah, but always like you use very strong engines and just analyze the openings, but that's like for like very high level professionals. But I would say on the lower level, like more openings are playable and like it's not going to be refuted by engines to the same degree. So
Mhm.
that makes it more fun in a way. What kind of openings do you like to play against the d4?
Ooh. So against d4, I used to love looking at lines in the Nimzo Indian just because they were easier to play and not a lot of memorization, I don't think, at least according to
Definitely.
me. Or I
Nimzo is
suppose, uh
Yeah, sorry for interest. Yeah, Nimzo is a very good opening. Like it's as you say, you don't have to memorize so much. It's more about like understanding and feeling for positional play.
I've been trying everything to try and improve my memory. I'm eating fish through my ears even to try and improve my memory. If you have any memory tips, that would be great. Other things that I try to play is like Slav, but that's something I've been playing for years and years. So just reverting back to something I'm familiar with, I suppose. I feel like King's Indian, as you mentioned, has a lot of theory and it's being updated every so often. So what would you recommend for someone who has a not so good memory, but also doesn't spend too much time trying to work on their opening repertoire?
I think Nimzo and Slav are both very, very good openings. King's Indian is definitely more risky. I mean, it depends on your style. If you feel like you have a very dynamical style and you're always looking for sharp tactical positions, then it would be better to learn the King's Indian. But if you just like want a normal position and a positional game without always having to remember and like every like in the King's Indian, the cost of every move can be really really high. You have to be so precise. But in the Slav and Nimso Indian, this is like two very sound openings where you can play based on feeling. So I actually don't play the Slav myself, but I play the Nimso Indian a lot. So it's a good opening, and yeah, you don't have to memorize too much. So let's look at let's look a bit more on the final position here. See if we get some more moves.
Yes.
So this actually happened h3. Um, oh wait, I'm trying to. Is this the final position or is this the moves?
No. So these are the moves that you had entered actually. So after h3, there was a5, knight a6, bishop e3.
Okay.
Okay, knight a6, bishop e3, and then what happened here was actually knight to d7,
Knight to d7. Oh, okay, here we go.
a3. I'll just promote the moves so that we have them. A3, yeah, this is the current position.
Yeah,
See,
h3
it's
h3
moments.
it's a good move by white because now if black goes knight to c5, white can play b4 immediately and attack the knight. So now the rook
Mm,
is protected. So white can play b4. It takes can trade here on a1 and here the. I mean, I think white is happy to see this because he gets b4 in, and usually when white gets b4 in, he's in good shape because now the knight doesn't really have a good square to go to. Let's say if black goes knight b3, where would you put the queen here?
probably on d1, you'd want to cover the square of d4.
Exactly, yeah. Queen d1 is a big problem here. Like if you go to any other square, like if you go to b2 or if you let's say you go to a4, black is very happy to get the knight to d4 and it's well protected. It's like an ideal square, but white goes to d1 and black can't go knight d4 because he just loses a pawn here. White is just a pawn up. So yeah, knight
Mm.
doesn't have a good square, and a6 is a very sad square to go to. Like here, white can let's say play rook b1 and eventually try to push these pawns. And what you always have to be careful with as black is you sort of always have to spend a tempo on h6, which is very sad. Before you can go f5. Like f5 is the counterplay that black is seeking for here, but if you don't have h6 in, it's always going to be met with knight g5, knight e6.
Oh,
Um,
that looks very uncomfortable to
yeah, and
play.
once the knight lands on e6, black is basically
Mm.
just dead. And yeah, so what I learned, like I remember back in 2012, I had a Norwegian coach who was trying to convince me to play King's Indian. He told me that if you lose the bishop on c8, you always lose the game. So without the c8,
Whoa.
you always lost. I mean, that's very like exaggerated, but
It
Um,
seems like a crazy rule of thumb. Who was this coach? We have to know.
Sorry?
Who was this coach? We have to
It was
know.
an international master from Norway, Kjetil Stokke. He's known in the Norwegian chess community. Yeah,
Amazing.
he was like used to be the coaches in the World Youth and European Youth Championship back in the days. But the reason for the C8 bishop being so important is that when black tries to go for attack with f4 and g5, it sort of like never works if you don't have the c8 bishop, because for those who have like studied the old King's Indian classics where black mates, is always like giving away the c8 bishop at the end of the day in some like very
Mm,
sacrifice. It's always about
yeah.
that bishop. So anyway, so black always has to go h6 before they go f5. But let's see what Andrea will do here. So h3, this is the position on the board.
Yeah, A3 is the final position before we move on to Alex's game. I wanted to know when playing against someone who is younger than you and probably seems like they are at a similar strength or perhaps up and coming, what is your usual approach? Do you usually play the same old thing you usually play? Do you adapt your repertoire according to their weak points, or what is it that you do?
So somebody that is up and coming but is lower rated, or
Perhaps both. So if you were to approach it from an angle of they're the same strength as you, what do you do?
mm,
But they're younger, so you're more experienced.
yeah, that's I guess a good question. I'd probably try to go into the end game against them, because like they're probably less experienced there, and I would sort of like assume that's I would study their games, but if they're like younger and more up and coming, I would assume that they're like very good in openings and very sharp. Uh, Calculates very well and has a lot of energy. So I don't know, just try to play a long game and try to grind in the end game. Um, yeah, not play too theoretical, I guess. Yeah, these days the people are just so good in openings. I feel the up and coming talents, they're just very well prepared with all these chessable courses out there. Do you have a chessable course?
Great question. I do not. If I were to make a chessable course, I think it'd be on chess memes more than something more instructive, you know. What about you?
I actually don't. I yeah, I should have made it, but and now I feel like all of the subjects are sort of like taken, or people have already made a course on different openings. But yeah, I actually
Not at
don't
all. I
have a
think if you
course.
were to make something, it would be a, a great improvement on anything that's out there. I'm sure if you take something that's close to your heart or something you understand really well, you put your own twist on it. Um, Plus, it's your personality on top of it all. I'm sure people would buy it.
Yeah, maybe it's an idea. I just saw Anish publish the course on the Grunfeld, and like you have these two chess guys like Swidler and Geary both have
Mm.
courses on Grunfeld on Chessable, so it's a big competition out there.
Do you play the Grufeld?
Yeah, Grunfeld is an opening I've played since my childhood. I think it's a great opening for like uh, understanding positional,
That's another
like
question.
improving your positional understanding, and also
Mm.
um,
That's
it's I
another
would say
question
like
I was going to ask. Like the Grunfeld is something that can be rather overwhelming, especially when you're first introduced to it. Maybe you have a week or two before a tournament and you want to learn how to play the Grunfeld, and it's a little bit too late.
yeah,
So
the thing with the Grundfall is that there is a lot of lines to study. There is so many different lines white can choose against it, and I mean if you're just starting out, it kind of looks weird to give away the center like this. Like it just looks like white is better here with a center, but it's a bit of a deep opening where you give up the center and then you challenge it later, and you have sort of other squares to play around, but it's I definitely have good memories with it, but there's a lot of theory on the opening. But if people want to learn the Grundfell, there is so many like good courses on it, so it's very
Mm.
possible to learn.
Yeah, I think one of the
Want to
first
check
courses I
out
watched.
Alex's game?
Yes, let's look at Alex's game. As I mentioned, one of the first courses I checked out in the Grunfeld was the one by Peter Svidler that he did with Chess 24 like a long time ago. I haven't seen the Geary one. The last time I saw one of Anish's Geary's videos, I think he did something with Chessable along the lines of the French. I think he did the French because I'm a French player. And he also added his own little twist to it. And that was quite good. A lot of coaches were talking and sort of suggesting this course. So I'm sure Chat has come up with a great name for your chessable course, by the way, Arian. I'll tell you now, it's called Chess, the Arian way.
Chess the Aryan way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's yeah, then I don't need to think about the name anymore. Um, yeah, I just have to think about the topic for the course, but
Mm-hmm.
maybe I'll analyze some interesting positions because I feel everybody's doing openings. I would think about doing something else. Uh,
Mm.
yeah, but what you mentioned is funny actually with the Svidler course back in the Chess 24 days. That was actually the reason I started playing the Grundfeld.
Oh,
Like back in 2013, 2014, yes, Svidler published a course on Chess 24, and I just watched that and got inspired. So it's funny that we both looked at that back in the days. Yeah, and
yeah, that's
Anish,
really cool.
of course, on the French is good as well. But yeah, I haven't seen Anish play much of the French. You don't see it that much in the. I mean, at least you didn't used to see it that much on the top level. But like in the last candidates, there was a lot of games in the French, and that was interesting. But everybody kept playing the
That was
exchange
cool.
French with e takes
True.
d5. So that showed how scared people are of the opening.
So the French is just too OP, you're saying. If you want to
Yeah,
learn
maybe
an
we
opening, you
all
heard
have to
it
start
here.
playing the French if everybody's gonna
Mm.
trade on d5.
Yeah, so the last move that was made in the position here in Alex's game was knight to b6.
Knight to
I wanted to
b6.
know, what was your most memorable game?
My most memorable game, I think it was when I recently won a really nice game against Hari Krishna in the Grand Swiss tournament. It was in October. That was really pleasing. Like it was sort of like game where I was like better from the start, but like had to grind it in a really like perfect way and find my way to break through a fortress-ish kind of position. And it was like a very long game, like 5-6 hours, but eventually I found a way. As that was like a very clean game, you know. But probably the most pleasing win I had was against Nepo. It was like the Norwegian of 2021. I'd lost
No
like three
way.
games. Yeah, I lost 3 games in a row. So I was I was kind of really not in the best moods, depressed about the tournament. And then I played Nepo with Black, and
Oh,
just
with
winning
black as
that
well.
game was so sort of pleasing, like coming out from uh,
What was the
the
opening that you played?
it was show you. It was a weird opening. It was he played English, knight c3. I played bishop b4, knight to d5, and then I played bishop to e7. This all looks so strange, like knight to d5, bishop e7. You're just like giving away
So it wasn't a
the
mouse
bishop.
slip?
No, it was actually not a mouse event. I guess bishop c5 is more normal, but bishop e7 is actually quite popular these days. The point is just like if white takes it, you get a development advantage. White has the 2 bishops, but like the position isn't very open, so white is not gonna do anything with the 2 bishops. Like black plays knight f6 and d5, and black has a good game, but I think he played G3, and actually he went back to C3, and we just got a normal position, but I managed to play a good game there. But yeah, it was English. Usually black plays knight f6 here, but bishop b4 is like black wants to destroy the structure a bit. So yeah, but that
Ooh,
was very pleasing. What about you?
my most pleasing game. Oh, I
Yeah.
have too few of them. One of my best games I played was probably back in 2013 when baby Jesse played in the World Youth. And it was awesome. I was 1600, played my first round against a 2100, and was an Indian girl. And I played the Scotch Gambit, and she did not know what to do. And it was the most pleasing because everything was just theory for me and it was just flowing. I had a nice little sacrifice, a sacrifice a piece, and then she had to give up her queen and all the rest. But as yeah, one of the most pleasing games ever, and I
Sounds
ended up
very well.
winning.
The Scotch Gambit, is that the same as the Scotch, or?
No, it isn't. So okay, here you don't take. You played bishop c4.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
you're gonna
I'm
put my
very bad at
memory to the
English,
test
by the
again.
way, so it's good that you're telling me
Not
this.
at all.
Before, this is called the Scotch Gambit. I didn't know that. Knight of six,
Yeah,
and
knight of
you passed,
six,
right?
castle, and yeah, here takes
Yeah, this is
rook
actually
e1,
cool. Rook
d5.
e1.
You will
Yeah,
not, you will not
and
guess my next move.
you took it, right?
No.
Did you go here?
Yes, knight c3.
Oh wow. Okay,
It's
this is really
beautiful.
cool. I think I faced it in Blitz before actually, but I can't remember what black is supposed to do.
I think the best move is to take the knight because after bishop takes, you have something like f5, and okay, it gets a little bit, I think, spicy at some stage. But okay,
Yeah, I would
here,
not feel comfortable playing f5 if my opponent is blitzing these moves. But yeah, I mean this is
exactly.
like very fun preparation. I think what I would do here is just try to bail out bishop e7 or something and just get the game to check
Really?
as quick as possible. But
So something like this. And
yeah, and I
maybe,
hope I'll survive. But yeah, f5 is.
hmm.
I don't know. I wouldn't dare to play this. But so you said your opponent took on c4, or?
Yeah, it takes on c4, check. And I think it was something like bishop e7, knight takes, takes. Um, actually, yeah, it's better for me to turn the board around because that's how I remember. Yeah, it was definitely like
This looks super fun to play as you were 15 at the time, you said?
I was 16.
Or
Yeah,
16.
okay, it was actually bishop e6, and then it was like this and f6 and take.
Wow, this is the type of game we all dream about. Just
Yeah,
getting everything with tempo.
yes, it was very very pleasant.
That
Um,
was in Al Ain, right? If I pronounced that correctly.
no, in South Africa, 2014, 2014 actually, it was
That was
2014,
2014. 2013 it was in Al Ain.
20,
I was
yeah,
actually
I think in the
but
next year was
I wasn't in
Greece or
South
something.
Africa in 2014.
Yeah,
Uh,
2014. I think was it Eric who actually came and played in the Open? Yeah, I think I
yeah,
don't
I
even know
think
if he was a streamer
Eric
back
told me
then.
before that he played there in the opening, so I think
It
that
was in Durban. Yeah, he was a good friends with our South African champion. And yeah, it was really crazy because it was my first like really big tournament as well. So you see all these like fresh faces and it was very overwhelming. Okay, my performance went down after that, but it was a very, very beautiful game. That if I had enough time, I'd probably be able to remember everything. Yeah.
World youths are always so memorable. especially if you play games like that.
Exactly.
Okay, so
Shall we?
let's discuss Alexandra's position. So the final
Yes.
position is
I'll have to find
okay, knight b6 is on the
knight
board.
b6. Let me turn that around.
It might look strange to put a knight on b6, but actually it makes a lot of sense because you're opening up for the bishop. That's opening up for the bishop, and the knight didn't really have a better square. I think white is going to play like b3 here, protect the pawn.
My question here would be,
Yes.
which
Yeah,
part
what's
of
your
the
question?
board would you focus on? Would you focus on attacking on the king side or the queen side now that your two minor pieces are on the side here as well?
I would focus on playing on the king side here. I don't know, trying to get a f5 or e5 in. Because in general, what black tries to do on the queen side is try to get some sort of b5 in, but it doesn't seem very realistic now, especially with the knight on b6. But it's not so easy for white either. I think white is going to try to play knight to g3, bishop to e2, and castle. So meanwhile, black has to find a plan how to set up the pieces, and I'm a bit curious how black is gonna set up here. Like you can play moves like bishop d7 and I don't know, like rook to c8, but it doesn't really do so much. Let's say if white goes bishop e2, like you got these two moves in, but it's not clear what you do next. So you have to find a way to organize your pieces, and you can't really. I mean, actually, I guess d takes c5 is a threat here, so that's something we have to take care of first. Bishop d7 does that.
Yeah, it
I
looks
would not.
like b3 was played
B3
almost
was played.
immediately there. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really like to take on d4 because I feel that really helps white. This sort of
Mm,
setup is always more comfortable for white. We get it from the like Maroczy structure and the
mm.
Sicilian as well. I can sort of just show
But
that
you
very
get some
fast.
squares, don't you? So with the c5 move, if we were to just go back for a second. So
Here
knight
you mean?
takes. Yeah, so knight takes, and then for black to play something like knight c5,
Yeah,
at
you do
least.
get the c5 square, but the issue here is, let's say white plays bishop b2, bishop d7, castle. It's just very hard for black to have a plan here. The knight on b6 is not really doing much. Usually black wants to try to play a6 and b5, and so
Mm,
white has a space advantage here and has their pieces on ideal squares, controlling the d5 square. Like white is just much better in a position like
mm.
this. It's because black can't really organize their pieces. So I think black cannot really take on d4 here. I think bishop d7 makes sense, and maybe after knight
Because
g.
maybe exchanging pieces would be black's plan in the center. Because I remember playing Maroczy and my opponent's knight was on c6, taking on d4, trying to exchange. Even the dark squared bishop on that diagonal looks very strong, but still being okay trading the g7 bishop.
For white, you mean, or?
Yeah, so after knight takes, with the knight c5 idea again, sorry, and then knight to e6 later on, something like that. And then maybe bring in the
Even a
bishop out.
position like this is very
Oh,
unpleasant
mm,
for black because without the dark squared bishop, white is going to try to play f4, f5, and just attack the black king, and it's very hard for black to have a plan here to set up their pieces. So
mhm.
white just has a comfortable space advantage. So I think a b3 is on the board. Bishop d7, I guess, makes some sense. Knight to g3, and I mean, with a knight on g3, it somewhat makes more sense to take if we want to do that. And now at least white can't take with the knight.
Mhm.
maybe try to play e5 and get the knight to c5 somehow.
Ooh, that looks so risky. The
It does look
d6 pawn is
risky, but
looking
you also don't
delicious.
really wanna trade the bishop because the king gets sort of weak. Yeah, I'm
So there's some questions, Arian, about the Norwegian Championship. Do we ask? Do we not ask?
you can ask the Norwegian Championship. Yeah, that's I feel bad about not playing there actually. I wrote the organizer 4 days ago and I asked if I can play. They said it was too late, so that was
Oh,
kind of sad.
do you have to play the
Yeah.
Norwegian Championship in order to make the team?
No, no. You know, in the problem with the chess in Norway is that there is no money in Norway. So like the Grandmasters, when they play the Norwegian Championship, they have to yeah, I was like not offered even accommodation to play
Oh,
there.
wow.
Just like in other countries, you're used to getting offered I don't know, a place to stay and a place to yeah, a place to live and
At
uh,
least, yes.
at least something, you know, for
Mm,
organizers provide something, but like the GMs in Norway, also the Olympiad team, we play for free. Um, it's just not treated very professionally. And I was in contact with the organizers, and they were like really pushing me to play, and I wanted to like wait with my decision because I was in Argentina and I wanted to like make a decision while I was here, but they really wanted me to say 100% that I'm gonna play. And then in the end, I sort of said like I don't want to commit to it. And then once the tournament in Argentina was over, I told them that I want to play, but then they said it was too late. So it was
oh,
sort of a pity, but
yeah. At least you get to have a
yeah.
little bit of holiday in
Yeah, I
Argentina.
get to have a bit of a holiday, but it kind of feels a bit bad to just watch tournament online and not
Mm,
play because it's obviously prestigious and cool to play a national championship, but the conditions they provide for GMs are pretty bad in our country, and you just don't feel
that's
sort of
really
like very
unfortunate.
well treated there. But yeah, not much to do about it. We just have to watch Hammer crush the event, hopefully.
Well, there you go. And then you also get maybe a chance to commentate on some of the games. I don't know if they do have their own little commentary going on, but you
No,
can always be a part of that.
they don't have that. They should have it there. Uh,
Wow.
yeah, there's a lot of things that should be improved with the Norwegian chess, I think. But it's not, yeah. At least we get commentary on the tournament in Poland.
There we go. So Arian for president. That's point number one. Oh man. I'm
Yeah, I
really
think
sorry to hear about that.
it starts tonight, the
Oh,
Norwegian
tonight
Championship. So
is
that's
okay, the first game.
gonna be interesting to follow. So
At
meanwhile,
least.
Alex played bishop to d7 and knight g3 is on the board.
Mhm.
And
Going
now
back to that game. So
so
knight
she
g3. Yeah.
okay, so I
She
see
seems to
on the
be
live
looking
camera
around right
the
now.
opponent on the live camera the opponent has still not played knight to g3, but I see on Lichess that it's played knight to g3.
Mhm.
Um, and black need to find a way to set up the pieces here. I think maybe rook c8 or c takes d4 makes some sense.
This is
Bishop
crazy
e2.
how like they played exactly the same openings, but now we can see a little bit of a deviation in the position. Wait, you made the move d5, right? Okay.
So I made a move knight g3, c takes d4. Uh, Objectively speaking, the position for Alex is unpleasant here because she doesn't have a good way to organize her pieces.
Mhm.
Knight on b6 and a6. sort of has a hard time getting on good squares, and white has a easier game here because they will just go bishop e2 and castle, and they have the center and a space advantage. So Alex needs to find a way to put her pieces on better squares, and I think black eventually has to take on d4, and yeah, maybe go knight c5 or something. At least here with knight on g3, it makes more sense because white can't take on d4 with the knight. So because otherwise I don't really see what else to do here. I mean, if you go like e5 here, white will take, and a position like this is um, quite quite unpleasant for black because white has a d5 square, and you know, if black would get the knight to d4, things would be nice, but it's really far from happening. What do you think?
Yeah, I was looking at e5 as well, and that's would have been one of my questions. Because if the knight does get to d5, is it the end of the world? Because maybe black would have a chance here to exchange on the d file, so something like bishop to e6. And would you then think white plays knight d5 immediately?
I think white doesn't need to rush with knight d5. I think white will make the other logical moves, bishop e2 and let's say castle. And here, let's say rook to d8. White can play knight d5, but they also don't really sort of need to rush with it. Like, I don't know, even queen c1 or something. It's hard for black to organize the piece like bishop e6. Then you can go knight d5 because then if takes, you sort of get this with a tempo.
Well, you
Uh,
mentioned that the dream position is to get the knight there. So is there no time now to play knight to b8, knight to c6, knight to d4?
yeah, that's a great question. Knight b8 now because the c5 pawn is
Mm.
protected. Actually, in this position, unfortunately, there would be like queen h3, which would be
Ooh, even this
really
immediately.
annoying with double threat. So I feel like there's always something that
Oof.
stops black from getting the knight to d5. Also, like white could consider
Mm.
this now and just like not allow it
Very unpleasant.
forever. So
Mm.
the e5 is not the way to go. I think black should take and go like knight to c5 or maybe
Mm.
pawn to e5. Just try to get some squares for the pieces.
I thought that knight
Like
g3 was on the board. It seems like it's not.
knight g3 is actually d
It's
takes
not?
c5 is
Yeah.
yeah, d
D
takes
takes
c5 is
c5 is
played.
played.
I also thought I saw knight g3 before. D takes c5 is played, and I think that's a move that Alex should be very happy to see.
Take with the pawn or take with the knight?
I would think definitely take with the knight because it's a chance to get the knight to the game. So yeah, I would take because if you take with the pawn, the knight on a6 doesn't really have a future here. So take with a knight and then maybe play like rook c8 and improve the pieces.
Could this be exactly just the position that we'd gone over if black had taken the pawn on d4,
Yeah,
but now it's the
it
other way
would be
around?
the position. Now we have a tempo up. It's still like not much to
Yes.
write home about, but it's yeah. I mean, it's there's not much to do about it. Like just has to make the best out of the situation. And here maybe black can try to at some point play e5 and f5 and just hope for some counterplay. I'm curious where it all went wrong for Alex in the opening here. Yeah, again, I'm not a King's Indian expert, so I don't like know the opening
That's
moves
what I was
very
going to
well.
ask. Is it the King's Indian? Is that where it went wrong?
Hopefully not. Yeah, I guess Hammer has a thing or two to say about that, but maybe C5 made more sense here. I don't know, like D5, maybe knight C7, try to play for B5. Knight D7 was played. Yeah, because already here, I don't feel like black has so many options. Like knight b6 actually makes a lot of sense in this position. Like there's no not so many other moves to play. So maybe here black should have played c5 immediately.
Mm.
But it's easy to get sort of like a passive position in this structures. But I
I feel like
mean,
according to what white plays, black has to often adjust their plan. So whether you usually play something like the London system where your moves don't really change and it doesn't really matter which order in which you play them. But now it's different because you're playing with black, you're playing the king's Indian defense. And say, for instance, your opponent plays bishop e3 instead of bishop d2. And suddenly your knight needs to be on the other side of the board. I feel like, I don't know.
yeah. Every move has its own story in the King's Indian. So I mean, I guess in the classical variation where you have the race, it's usually the same type of moves, but otherwise you have to like act very precisely. So back to what we talked about, like the Nimso Indian is more of an opening where you have room to make, let's say, one inaccuracy and still be fine. But in King's Indian you have to be more precise. So Alex played knight takes c5. I'm happy to see that move. The knight is in the game. I guess white will play knight to d4 here and get the sort of, I don't know what you call this, but I call this the Maroczy bind, where you have the pawns like this.
Mhm.
You sort of get it from the Sicilian as well. I think that's where it is like the most famous. Like you get it from the Khan variation here.
Yeah, finally, I'm seeing some sort of familiarity because I
Yeah,
play
exactly.
Maroczy bind with white sometimes. Yes.
And yeah, it's like very, you get it here too with a knight on d4 and the same sort of pawn structure. And this is considered to be better for white, but like also very playable for black. So
I was going to ask, is there a sort of rule of thumb if white wants to start an attack? Since white has the central space, what is white most likely going to do?
you mean
Attack
in
in the
this exact
center
position or in Alex's
in
position
the game?
in the game? Uh, so whenever I'm trying to show something on the board, it's not so easy for me to find the game again. Let me try.
Yeah, I
There.
think you're going much faster than I'm familiar with. Here it is, knight c5.
Oh, there we
Yeah,
go. You have the position?
yeah, yeah. Here it is. Can you see it?
Yeah. So
Okay.
if white wants to start a kingside attack, that would be like typically going for like h4, h5. I think
Mm-hmm.
that's something black would be sort of happy to see here because white has such an easy position here if they play knight d4, bishop e2, and just castle, and positionally white is better. And if white wants to go for a kingside attack, at least it sort of becomes more double-edged. I mean, black has to play precise, but I feel like it also weakens the white king. So maybe here like black can consider to play f5 and open up the position because the white king also hasn't really castled, so can be risky for them as well.
How is it double-edged exactly? How is this winning for black? It looks so bad for black.
I was also
Do you just
surprised by
take
far. I was surprised, but black has a winning move here.
uh you take on
You see,
f3
can
with
you
the
spot
pawn?
that? No, no, you don't take an f3. You have a winning move which wins immediately.
All right, so knight d3, I'm assuming.
Exactly,
Okay.
93.
Okay.
93 just
Sneaky little
wins the
knight.
queen and wins the game. So that's like kind of a
Mm-hmm.
very nice intermezzo. That's why you have to castle. Yeah,
But
and
then
also
when you
like
castle, you
you
don't have this chance to push the
yeah,
h pawn.
that is true. But I think like h4, h5 is a bit premature here. Like if you take an e4 like this, you know, it just looks so risky. Like let me
Mm.
think what black should do here. Maybe I don't know, maybe even a move like bishop g4 and just centralizing or queen e8, queen f7. Looks like black I mean, it doesn't look like black is getting mated here. Like it almost looks more
Not
like
yet, at least. Hmm.
black with queen f2 on the way, and like also you have the queen in the defense, so no issues there. So I think Alex would be happy to see white going all in with h4 h5. That's also involves some risk, because if white just plays the normal moves with knight d4 and bishop e2, it's the big question is how black can come up with a plan here. And I've had sort of like positions from the black side where you get a bad Moraxi like this, and it's yeah, it's unpleasant. But I think what black has to try to go for is just go for it with e5 and f5. I don't know, maybe rook c8 first, bishop e2, and just try to eventually go forward. Here you might just be lost after queen takes d6 though. Maybe
Yeah, I
e6
feel
and
like
open some
no
f5.
one really likes to be attacked. And unless you can see a clear way forward to defend, you're going to freak out a little bit, especially on our level. And it turns out I can just see here Alexandra's rating is 2011. We have identical FIDE ratings. That's so cool.
Oh wow. That's kind of funny. Is that your, what is your peak rating?
It's also my peak rating.
Oh,
It's the
really?
highest,
It must
yeah,
feel very
highest
good
I've
to
ever
be on your
been.
peak. So you recently crossed 2000.
I just crossed 2000
How does that
in
feel?
April. Feels really
Congrats.
good as well. Thank you. Because in April, I also won the Continental, which means I just need 2100 for the direct title, and then I would be Women Grandmaster. So I'm busy
That's
pushing for
huge.
that.
That's huge. Yeah, I actually knew that you won the South African Championship in April. Congrats with that. I mean, must feel
Thank
so
you.
amazing to finally hit a milestone like that. 2000 is must have been on your mind for a few years.
A little bit more than a few. You know, it's a little bit strange when you've been playing for 20 years and not really reaching 2000 just yet. You know, you're doing something wrong. But finally. And you, do
Yeah,
you
but
have
it's
any
I
upcoming
mean,
milestones?
it's chess is brutal. It's so hard to improve. I feel there's never any like recipe how to improve in chess. Like you can work hard and like you can get bad results and you can feel that you're doing things right, but it's always yeah, you never know sort of.
Oh, I heard about some things you shouldn't do if you want to improve.
What shouldn't you do?
So apparently, according to some top players in the world, step one is you shouldn't get married. And
Oh,
then
really?
step two is you shouldn't have kids. And
I mean,
then
I've
there's
heard
some
that
other
before, like you
smaller
marry and you
steps.
lose 50, 100 rating points, or you get kid. But I've also heard the opposite
Hmm,
things. So I in the end, I'm just confused, honestly. Like I've heard both stories. Like doesn't always go one way, I feel. I mean, I think it depends on the relationship and depends on the person, and
that's
always
true.
depends on the circumstances. Uh, but
That's true. Hikaru and Atuza seem to be doing something right because I think they're breaking that spell at the moment. He's been doing quite well.
yeah, I think it mostly happens. It mostly matters about like just feeling good, like if you're feeling happy, you usually play well. Feel good, play well. Yeah,
Mhm.
that's what I feel. But have you been working a lot towards the 2000 goal, or?
I'm trying. So next month I'll do a little bit of traveling, going to Spain and then ending off with the Olympiad in Hungary. So quite a lot of chess coming up. Hopefully the hard work will eventually pay off. That's why I was
The
asking
Olympiad
for
is
your
always super nice
secrets.
to have to look forward to. It's always like the highlight of the chess here. So which tournament are you playing in Spain?
In Pontevedra and then some tournaments
Sorry,
probably
I
in
have
Portugal
to.
as well. Mhm.
I'm in a workspace here in Buenos Aires, and they're sort of like telling us to go upstairs because we rented the room here, but it was only like for 1, 2 hours. But we're just gonna move upstairs. It's
Of
gonna take
course.
like one to 5 minutes.
Okay, sure.
Um, yeah, I'll set everything up and yeah, yes. But a lot of people wants to work here, so
No, it's all good. So then we'll see you in 5 minutes then. So in the meantime, I'm going to make sure that the games are all updated so that you guys can see the live positions, because I know that we ended up speaking about a lot of the lines and stories and so on. And I know you guys are here to see the games, especially because you can see the boards right in front of you with Alex and Andrea thinking super hard. And I think it's both of their moves at the moment as well. Yes. So I'm going to update Alex's game first. I think there were only a couple moves that were made. E6 was not one of those moves. So let's just go back quickly. Oh, this is not at all the current position. Knight g3 also wasn't the move that was made there. Okay. So after bishop d7 was takes, and we had spoken about this one. And then bishop to d4 was played. Okay, it is the current position. I'm just going to promote the variations, at least when we come back to it. This is what you'll see. And it is a tough situation, like we mentioned. You don't really want to take and give all the dark squares to white there, especially around the king with nothing defending it. I suppose on one hand, if the queen takes, we can always go knight to e6. But let's update Andrea's game quickly as well. But I hope you guys are enjoying the games. I love the intent. Look, and you know what? It's always interesting commentating live at a venue. Well, we're not live there right now, but I was at the African Youth Chess Championship just a couple days ago, and the switch between talking about the games and then taking a walk in the playing hall and just like absorbing that atmosphere. You can feel the tension, and it's incredible. It's completely different to sitting across from someone or playing online. That's why I love OTB tournaments so much. It's one of my favorites. Oh, we're getting a full screen mirror. Okay, I'm just trying to see what happened during the game. After knight b6, there was knight d2. Yes, we saw that. And then f5, we saw as well. Opponent took on f5. And I'm pretty sure Andrea was very happy to see this because, I mean, look at how strong the center is. And of course, King's Indian defense player's dream is to get nice kingside attack. Queen to h5. That queen being a little bit overzealous. Queen to f6. And that's the current position. I would still prefer to play with black here, in all honesty. And I'm also a French defense player, um, which means that some basic rules with the light squared bishop. If the light squared bishop is not so active, you want to make it active by redirecting it. And something like bishop to d8 to e8, going along this diagonal might be quite nice to try and chase the queen away. But of course, black wants to come ahead and play bishop g5. Perhaps Andrea will just need to be a little bit more comfortable trading queens with something like queen to g6 and, reuniting her pawn structure. At the end of the day, you want as few pawn islands as possible. Let's see. All right, so I'm going to head out and just take a little bit of a restroom break. Hope you guys are enjoying yourselves. And yeah, also going to get a fresh cup of tea. And we have rooibos in South Africa, so it's always a good time. I'll be right back.
Can you hear me? Oh, Jesse's not there. Oh, it's great. You guys can hear me. Yeah, so Alex, yeah, sorry guys. I had to move upstairs. We're in a workspace in Buenos Aires here. There were some other people that wanted to use the main room. So got some moves in. Also, Andrea's position looks very interesting. So bishop d7, d takes c5. Alex took with a knight, bishop to d4 was played, and a5 on the board. I think the last couple of moves have been great for Alex. I think knight d4 made more sense here. Bishop e2 and castle. Bishop d4. I don't think black really minds trading those dark squared bishops after a5. Like white can take on g7, but king takes. It's not the end of the world for black. The king is kind of vulnerable without that dark squared bishop, but it's not so easy for white to take advantage of it really. If you go a move like h4, I mean black could go h6 and meet h5 with g5 and keep things closed. And a check on d4 is also not really that dangerous. You can go f6 and eventually try to play bishop c6 and e5 at some point, and just the knight on c5 is actually very stable now, and that's why the a5 move is strong, because you always like stop white from playing b4. And also not, I mean, white can't go a3 either to go b4 because the pawn on b3 will be hanging. Jesse, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I'm
Oh,
back. I didn't want to interrupt the thought process.
oh, no worries.
So, catch me up.
Yeah, so knight takes c5, bishop d4 is on the board in Alexandra's game.
All right.
A5 takes on g7, king takes. This is the position. And I would say it has improved a bit in the last couple moves. I was much more worried here, actually, after like knight g3 and bishop e2, because it's very hard for black to find the plan. So a common rule is when you have less space, you're happy to trade pieces. And in this case, white has a big space advantage in a position like this with the pawns here. White has a comfortable advantage, but in the last couple of moves, black started trading. Sorry, white started trading.
Yeah,
The
white
bishop.
was the one who was trading.
Yeah, exactly. White started trading, and that's something black is happy to see.
Are you
Uh,
happy to see a move like a5, trying to fight for some space on the queen side?
yeah. I said that a5 was a great move because you're stabilizing the knight on c5 here, and b4 is never possible.
Mhm,
I still think white should probably try to go knight d4 and finish their development with bishop e2 and castle.
mhm.
But black isn't in really bad shape here. I think black should go e6, maybe put the queen on f6, and just try to play a bit on the dark squares. Say bishop e2.
I was even looking at the move order of going check. So something like queen d4 first, and then queen e3, leaving,
Queen d4
the
here.
threat. Yeah, queen d4. But
Yeah,
then
queen
what would
d4.
black play? Would the king go back or would you cover with the pawn?
Here I would probably go. I mean, both are possible. I'll probably go f6,
Hmm.
and yeah, I think this is acceptable for black. You have sort of like more decent pieces than before, especially the knight on c5.
I see. I was sort of hoping for the king to go back because then you could play something like queen to e3, hoping
Oh, I
for
thought you
like
were gonna
knight
say h4.
d4. Oh, I suppose, yes, you know what? You just
Earlier
read
you
my
wanted to
mind.
attack
I
with
was
h4,
testing
so
you, you see.
I thought you wanted h4 again, but yeah, queen e3, knight
Mm.
d4. That's yeah. Then the d4 square is ideal for the knight. Let's go to Andrea's game because there's been a lot of things happening.
Ooh, exactly. So I did update the position before I left to make some more tea, and we saw knight d2. You probably wanted to go a
So
little bit more
it's
back.
funny that
Uh-huh.
they both went for knight b6. That's some
Yes. So maybe that was part of
deep
their
understanding.
last session with the coach. The coach was like, knight b6 is actually a rare occurrence and you should play it. And then suddenly you find it in both of their games.
Yeah, I mean here it really makes a lot of sense though. Knight b6,
Mm.
getting tempo on d2. And I said earlier that black never wants to play f5 if knight g5 is available for white. And that's why knight b6 even makes more sense because of knight d2. Now you go f5 and there's no knight g5. So it's a perfect timing. Takes queen h5. Queen f6 was played by Andrea. Another good move.
If you could
Like
choose after queen f6 to play with white or to play with black, which would you choose and why?
um I think I would choose black actually. I think it's the trend is in black's favor. Black got in f5, and I feel like the black moves are easy to play. Bishop d7, get a rook in the game, and eventually you will try to push these pawns at the right moment. And it's not really clear to me what white is trying to do. You really want to time f4 in a good way. Like let's say here if
Mm.
white plays rook
Could white
e1,
play bishop
say,
g5?
sorry, what's that?
Could white play bishop g5?
Yeah,
But that
bishop
would
g5
just
bishop
provoke
g5
maybe queen g6.
is a move. I think black goes queen g6, and an endgame like this is very much fine for black. I think you can play e4 and potentially the g7 bishop is gonna be strong. Yeah, everything sort of makes sense for black here. The c5 square is accessible, and it's not really clear how white is gonna set up their pieces. So I would definitely choose black. I think white should try to play for f4 here.
Mm.
Um, I don't know.
Hmm.
At least if black goes e4, maybe you can try to play g4 and create some
I
kind of
see. That would have
imbalance.
been my question because you're sort of blocking in White's bishop, and that's just looking like a pawn on steroids there on e3.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's not the best piece. But like black doesn't need to take on g4.
Mm.
It's just gonna keep
Oof.
the structure here. Maybe a move like queen g6 makes a lot of sense because now if white trades, you sort of have a nice
I see.
structure, everything protected.
That does look really nice. With every problem that pops up into my head, you just like answer it immediately. Because I would have said, the pawn chain looks kind of weak. White would be able to maybe, attack the base of the pawn chain, but that you had queen d6 ready and waiting. Though if that bishop wasn't on e3, it would have been kind of nice. So could you not attack the bishop in any way while the queen was still on the board?
Uh, attack the yeah. But it's
Yeah.
very hard to attack the bishop. I think
Like put a
the
knight on d3.
yeah, try to put a knight on d3. Like here after g4, white is probably wants to take on e4.
Mm,
I think queen g6
it's
probably
like the only move.
makes sense. Let's see if we get some moves here. King h2 was played and bishop d7.
Bishop d7. This is what I spoke about earlier, right before I left as well, is since I'm a French player, you have to get kind of creative in trying to develop the light squared bishop. And one of the ways in which to develop it is to bring it around to,
Yeah,
square like
it's,
e8 and redirect it.
it's funny because it's similar to the Stonewall. I don't know if you've ever seen or played the Stonewall before.
Seen it, yes.
Because there you also like you get this sort of like horrible. I can just show it. You get this kind of
Mm,
horrible bishop on
it's in the
c8.
Dutch. Hmm.
Yeah, I mean here it's like even worse than the French, you know. Um, like the bishop is so dead on d7, but like black always hopes to get it to h5 at the end of the day, and finally it gets to get some sort of home there. But yeah, in Andrea's game though, the bishop is very much fine after bishop d7, and she's the last couple moves she's just played very well. Let's go to the final position again. So it's important that um, king h2, bishop so black cannot play f4 here. That would be positionally a very bad move because you don't want to give up the e4 square for the white
Hmm.
knight. Here knight e4 comes with a tempo, hits the queen, and white gets very nice squares for their pieces. Uh, Here it collapses for black after this, and knight takes d6.
Oh, I see.
So yeah, the only thing black has to be careful about is going f4 because otherwise the white pieces don't really have any attractive squares to go to.
Instead of queen f6, is there another move you would have played here?
Instead of queen f6, yeah, I mean bishop d7 makes sense too, I guess. Or yeah, just a standard move, just get the pieces on better squares and connect the rooks. Yeah, it's you don't want to rush with. The only thing you don't want to do is like rush with these pawns because you have time for that later.
Hmm. Yeah,
Especially
patience
on better
has
squares.
never been easy at a club level,
So
especially timing.
do we see anything interesting on the cameras, or is everything normal there?
Well, there have been some comments in chats. I've been scanning chat, looking at the cameras and all that stuff. And okay, we see Andrea get up. And apparently, Andrea's opponent just has this laser focus on the board. So he seems rather determined. And I know that Andrea probably has a little bit of PTSD playing against those who are younger than her. But
A
I
lot of
also know
pressure.
that mhm, she's going to bring her A game, her best game. So it's good. She seems calm. Taking a walk is always a good sign. And looking over at the game of Alex, her opponent is just sitting back, relaxed.
Yeah, Alex's opponent looks super chill. It looks like he's in full vacation mode and no
Mhm.
stress there with the sunglasses and
I was
just
going to
enjoying.
ask, do you always sort of look at your opponent to see how they're acting almost or to try and read their body language?
I mean, you sort of always get a sense of that in a way. Yeah, I mean, you kind of like to feel the vibe a bit if they're confident or stressed or however. Try to not think too much about it, but like it's impossible to not get affected by it, especially if you're thinking and you're walking around. You of course pay a bit of attention to their body language. But
Mhm. And you
you
glance
shouldn't
up
like
sometimes?
Sorry.
You glance up at your opponent sometimes to see if they're looking a bit frantic after you make a move you think is quite good.
Oh yeah, definitely, definitely like to look a bit at least, just to feel if you can get a sense of things. But I don't do it too much. I know players that look much more than me.
They like
Yeah, I've
stare
also
you
played
down.
players who look a lot like me during the game, and but it's
Oh.
mostly like lower rated players you play against, because I don't know, I feel like the when I play against the top guys, there's like very okay, I guess some of them I can say are look a bit more, but in general they don't. It's interesting because I feel the person that never looks at you is Magnus. He just never looks at his opponent. I feel I played against him
Mhm.
many times, but I just never felt like we never got like eye contact during the game.
I see.
But like against all the others, you get it like at some point, but it's yeah, I think some players just have decided to like never really look at their opponent because they don't want to get affected by like believing them or um
You don't want to
what
accidentally
about
make eye
you? Do you look
contact
at your
and have
opponent?
like a slow motion moment.
Sorry, was that?
No, I said you also don't want to run the risk of accidentally looking up and then your eyes meet and then there's a like slow motion moment, between you
Yeah,
two.
yeah, exactly. My former coach, his name is Axel Smith from
Oh,
Sweden.
nice. Yeah, I have one of his books,
Yeah, he
The
wrote some
Woodpecker
very nice
Method.
books. I actually wrote the foreword in one of his books, Pump Up Your Rating.
Oh,
Um,
lovely. Need to
I
get the
think it
book.
won like the Book of the Year in 2012. But anyway, I remember we were playing a tournament and it was Reykjavik Open in like 2012, or was it 2013? I think it was 2012 probably. And he
Mhm.
was playing against a very young Anish Giri at the time. I think Anish was like 18 or 19 at the time, but very, very strong. He was like 2700
I think we
and
tend
very
to forget
promising
how
young,
young
young
Anish
talent.
actually is. Uh-huh.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. Anish has been around for so long.
Like decades.
And yeah, so Axel was my former coach. He was like a bit worse during the game, but he was very close to making a draw. I was playing a good game there, but like I remember after the game, he told me like, whatever you do, just never look at him. Because he was apparently giving a lot of
Okay.
strange looks to Axel after every move Axel was making. Anish was giving some weird looks to him.
Oh, wow.
It just didn't really
Weird looks.
improve his confidence during the game.
Hmm. Yeah, there's just some people. And have you ever had like an opponent who's just been insufferable, like making noises or kicking you under the table or anything to try and distract you?
Um, Definitely not in recent times, I would say. Not that I can. I mean, I'm sure it happened in like youth tournaments back in the days, but not recently. Like making noises and yeah, I guess it happens more in open tournaments. I don't know, like in um yeah, in general they're pretty well behaved. What about you?
I think the last time something like that had happened was probably a tournament I played in Portugal in 2018. And I'm talking about an extreme case. It's fine if someone has, a small sniff in their nose, you can just hand them a tissue or whatever and say, please go blow your nose off to the side. And it just, a very polite way of approaching it. But then there are just some people who you have no control over, and you can't exactly tell them to go deal with their business elsewhere because I think it's part of their personality almost. The
Hmm.
grunting. My opponent would grunt purposefully only when it's my move and like leaning over the board, doing it loudly. It's hard to put your fingers in your ears or try to like, not think about it. And I get distracted quite easily over the board. So then you sort of have to just go with it. I ended up just like losing that game really quickly because I don't wanted to get over with it, blunder a pawn, it's not my best chess. But you also feel bad when someone else is playing against them and they're going through exactly what you went through. So yeah, it's not so easy.
Same boat.
But
Yeah, no, that's annoying. There's it's a tough situation. I mean, yeah, you cannot really tell the organizer either.
Hmm.
Um, but yeah, you just gotta be. I mean, you just gotta try to as much as you can to not just focus on the board, but it's easier said than done.
Have you ever been to a tournament where they were allowed to smoke in the playing hall?
Allowed to speak?
Oh, smoke.
Oh, allowed to smoke? No, no, not really. No. I mean, I guess in some Eastern European countries it's could be allowed, but I've never experienced it. Have you?
Well, I played African Championship last year in Egypt. That's the closest I've gotten to a tournament where they not allowing smoking inside the playing hall, but just outside. So if you wanted to go to the bathroom or if you wanted to grab something to drink, you have to pass through this like cloud of smoke. So it almost seems very dramatic that when you get out of the cloud, there you are making a dramatic like smoke entrance. You know what I mean? But
You
yeah, other
couldn't
than
like
that,
smoke during the game, right?
you can smoke during the game. You can go outside and go smoke, but you can't pick
But
up a
not like
cigarette at the board.
not like at the board, like you know, in the 90s where they could like smoke while they were playing.
That would have been such a good time, don't you think? Like the vibe, like you're
The,
down a pawn,
the
maybe
good old
you're in
days.
time trouble, you're like you light your match and you just, you're like, it's okay. It's fine. I'm okay. You can just calm your nerves like that. It's fine. And it's such a time to be alive. They should bring that back. No, I'm just joking.
Yeah, the romantic era of chess. Yeah, but I played a lot against a lot of smokers, so that's for sure. But not
Mm.
like not during the board. But like they would go out a lot, and then you just try to make a move when they're immediately when they go to smoke, so you win some time.
Ah, sneaky. So you know they're going out for a
You gotta be a bit
cigarette.
sneaky about it. Yeah, yeah.
I see, and you're gaining some time on the clock.
But then you can
Maybe,
blunder too, so you have
yeah,
to.
maybe Andrea's opponent is a smoker because she has an hour, 4 minutes on the clock, and her opponent has 31 minutes on the clock. But
Yeah,
he's a
if
kid.
only he was not 12 years old. Yeah.
Exactly. We're still debating how old he is. I don't exactly know his age.
Yeah,
So,
he looks very young. But that being said, I think the last couple moves has really gone in Andreas' way.
yeah.
At least based on the last move, I think Bishop takes b6, we can conclude that he is very young.
So you think this is the experience showing that he immediately went and took this knight that was sitting on b6, not doing any harm to the position. But I
Yeah,
guess
yeah,
in
I think
some way,
that's
mhm.
sort of yeah, I guess lack of positional understanding. Bishop takes b6. It's I mean because you could take that knight at any point and it wasn't really going anywhere. So I think White shouldn't have rushed with taking the knight on b6, and now he followed it up with queen to e2, and this is the position we have on the board right now. This is really nice for Andrea. Like all her pieces are on great squares. I think she should just play bishop to d7 now. Um,
It's
definitely what
crazy
you want
how
to
it's
play.
giving such a big advantage though, Arian, because the material is still equal. And it looks like black is the one with the sort of pawn imbalance with double pawns on the b file, yet it's still giving such a great advantage. So it has to be, the position. So yeah,
Yeah,
sorry,
yeah.
we're about to talk
Um,
about the ideas here.
Yeah, the reason for the big advantage here for black is the white is positionally busted here because black has the bishop pair and white doesn't have any good squares for their pieces. It's very hard to come up with a plan for white, and eventually black is going to play e4, and once black plays e4, the bishop on g7 is going to shine in this
Mhm.
nice diagonal. The knight is gonna come to c5. Like black has all the potential here. The bishop on g2 is actually a really bad piece. Just staring at his own pawn on d5. So
If
if
it
any of
was a
these knights
move,
would be on a good square, it could be different. But here it all looks so harmonious for black. And rook e8 is another great move by Andrea, and I really like that she's not rushing with things. Like e4, you can play it later. It's not going anywhere. I mean, a move like f3 is not really something to fear. Like black can also play with ideas like h5 and eventually maybe try to play h4 or get the bishop, get the square on h6 for the bishop. Let's say queen g6, and let's say if white plays rook to d1. Yeah, eventually you really want to play e4. Maybe now white can still take it, but let's say you maybe play king h8 first, just some improvement moves, and then maybe you can play rook to g8, and there's a lot of things white has to look up for here. What do you think?
it's a cool setup. No, I'm simply taking in everything you're saying because it's always nice to say, okay, I have a great position, but how do I convert it into an advantage or a win? And that's exactly what you're creating here. You're taking maybe the isolated pawn and you want to create some havoc on the king side, and then how to bring this bishop in as well.
Yeah, no, I
But
feel
then
it's
what
so
would white
hard
try?
to it is so
Mm-hmm.
hard to win good positions in chess sometimes because it's very easy to get tempted by rushing things and you want to do something immediately, but
Mm.
you always have to like ask yourself, what is my opponent actually doing? And it's just so unpleasant for white to play this position, and you almost want black to do something immediately because then you can respond, you know. But otherwise, if black just improves the position slowly but surely, it's very hard for white to find any moves to uh, improve their position. So
Mm-hmm.
there's a
What
rook
could white
mate
do
in the point.
in order to bring the knights in, or at least improve the position here? So we know that what black's plan is, or at least what Andrea could do in order to convert.
Yeah, I think maybe white should try to play for b4 in some way, but yeah, I don't really see it happening though. Knight b5. Maybe just play knight b5 and try to play for some b4, just seeking for some activity. But here, I think black can also have a great move like a4 and just freezing the white pawns here on b2 and h3, and eventually playing e4, knight c5. But yeah, something like this, just try to desperately play for some active stuff, because otherwise, if you try to, I don't know, if you ever try to play for f4, black always goes to e4, and this
Mm-hmm.
diagonal is gonna cause a lot of problems for white.
Yeah, especially now that white doesn't have a dark squared bishop anymore, and we didn't even have to provoke, the exchange on b6. But we're going to keep a close eye on this game, since white has 27 minutes on the clock, while Andrea is comfortably sitting with an hour and 3 minutes. But it also looks like they have an extra 30 minutes after 40 moves, though they are quite far away from this. So shall we go to the current position? And then there were some questions about Alex's game, why bishop e6?
Yeah,
And
let's go back to Alex's game. There's been some things
I just
happening
want
a
to
bit.
bring up the live
It's
position
funny because
quickly.
that I kind of
Mm.
talked about h4, h6 happening, and knight f4 was on
But
the
yeah, I
board.
saw the arrows. I just want to find the current position. One
Is bishop e6 really
second.
played? Uh,
Bishop
yeah,
e6 was
bishop e6
played.
is actually on the board.
Yep. And then rook d1 here.
So what is white threatening after knight f4? Uh, Yeah, bishop e6 is curious because I'm thinking about what white was threatening really.
Maybe the concern was the control over the dark squares or d5. So if a knight were to get to d5, well, this is at least what I would be worried about. So if something like bishop e6, knight d5, or rather a different move, let's
Yeah,
say
yeah, knight
something like
d5
rook b8,
perhaps, or
knight
maybe white
d5
wants to go for
takes,
g4 and
takes.
play active.
And now to try and get rid of the knight, you're also weakening more of the dark squares.
Yeah, that is true. I guess that's why she played bishop e6. But I think bishop c6 would make some more sense because after bishop e6 you are sort of what I don't like about the move is that you don't have the option to play e6 or e5 anymore. With the bishop on c6, let's say if white gives a check on d4, you can always respond with e5. The check is never dangerous. And if knight d5, as you said,
Mm.
I think black can take the knight, and a position like this is very decent for black.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I know these kinds of positions from the Maroczy in the Sicilian, which I showed earlier, but like here you can play like queen b6 and uh, perhaps queen b4, and you have sort of good control over the dark squares. The bishop on f1 is not really that great. If it was a dark squared bishop, it would be much more dangerous, but like h5 is always answered by g5, and white is not really making progress here.
I can't
Uh,
relate. My Maroxys never end in this much peace.
yeah,
So
usually they're more wild, but this is like comfortable
more dramatic. Mm-hmm.
comfortable for black. But yeah, then I can see where bishop is what the idea of bishop e6 is. But like if white plays queen d4 here,
Mm-hmm.
you have to be careful because
Oh,
what
do
would
you play
happen?
f6 though?
Yeah, what would happen if you play f6? Maybe chat can
Oh.
think what happens on f6.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Yeah. It also had to take me a moment, so I'm glad you didn't ask me.
No, that would be too easy for you,
But of course, you're just testing me.
especially now that you're 2000.
Too easy. Definitely earned it. Oh, someone says the queen is lost to fork. Queen takes knight. Uh-huh. Exactly what I saw, chat. Just like you. I want to be like chat when I grow up.
Yeah, chat is very sharp, very sharp. Good stuff. Yeah, f6 falls to queen c5, but Alex is not gonna miss that. I played some adoption matches against Alex and Andrea. I know how tactically dangerous they can be.
Hmm. You can
Yeah,
say that again.
King G8 has to be played after queen d4, and I don't know. I sort of always wanted to answer queen d4 with f6 or e5, and after queen d4, king j8, I sort of feel like the king is a bit vulnerable, and you never can go e5. The queen is annoying on d4. You wanted the bishop on
Hmm.
c6, so then you could
Mhm.
answer with e5. It's
What
not
do you
like
think the
white has
train
a
of thought would
knockout
have
flow
been?
here, but
Mhm.
sorry.
No, I was going to ask the train of thought here if you were to play, bishop e6 as opposed to bishop c6. What would the difference be? Probably
I
just
think
controlling more
I
squares on the
think
king side.
Alex I think Alex was thinking about knight takes e6 fe, and she was sort of happy with this kind of trade, which I can really understand
Mm.
because here this is very nice for black. If you get to play like e5, you're controlling the dark squares well,
Ah.
and the rook on f8 is happy, and you can also try to maneuver the knight to e6, d4, f4. This would be really a ideal scenario for black. And here you also have like a nice knight against bad bishop on e2. So
Mhm.
yeah, I think knight e6 is kind of what black is hoping for, but so bishop e2 is played by our opponents.
Mhm. It's amazing. Both of them are up on time at the moment. So Alex's opponent has 30 minutes and she has 51 minutes on the clock. So she's doing quite well, up 20 minutes. And it's always good to be up 20 minutes, very, very far away from 40 moves. You're going to
Oh,
capitalize on that
definitely.
time advantage. Mm-hmm.
Definitely, that time advantage is can play a crucial role. 20 minutes is not a joke in this
Yeah,
position. Like
it's always an
almost after,
advantage unless you're playing Grishuk.
yeah, yeah, Grishuk is plays better with low time almost. Yeah, this is also move 16, so it's a lot of moves to go before move 40. So the time advantage can be a big factor here. The move bishop e2, I think, is a strong move, like just sort of asking black what they want to do. And I think if bishop
Indeed.
c6 would have been played after bishop e2, you could start thinking about e5 here. Because the knight
Hmm.
doesn't have so many squares to go to, and this kind of trade is again something black would be happy with. Let's say
Even though it's a nice
this.
looking bishop, you wouldn't mind
Exactly.
trading it.
Like this is like the
Mm-hmm.
dream scenario for
Mm.
black. Here black is having a nice knight against a bad bishop. If you're wondering why that bishop is bad, the reason is because sort of like blocked by all its own pawns. And there's nothing really going on the light squares. The knight on c5 can never be chased away. The dark squares play a bigger role here, and black is sort of in very good shape after queen b6.
Yeah, I think
Queen
this is
b4.
very useful for chat members as well as myself. Trying to improve our positional play because it's always
Yeah,
more fun to work on your tactics and maybe calculations a bit easier than working on positions. Where you're having to find plans rather than just go 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 immediately. So here, okay, so f5 would be quite nice to achieve, and it's hard for white to castle.
exactly. It's
Impossible.
hard for white to castle, and it's hard for white to find the plan here. h5 is always met by g5. Um, yeah, black has all the fun here. So the ideal trade scenario would be to sit it with a knight on c5 against the bishop on e2. The bishop on e2 is a bad piece. So bishop e6 was a bit unfortunate because after bishop e2, it's not so easy for black to find the plan here. You would try to play e5, but you can't do it now. So let's try to think what Alex should do. So
Now that the
maybe
queen is not here yet, because of that, the sacrifice or the little tactic that we saw, could we play f6 now? Or is that a little bit too cheeky?
I was actually just thinking about f6 and bishop f7.
Mhm.
It makes some sense. But I think white should take it and go like f4. And I don't
Ah,
know. This is
oh, I see.
um kind of dangerous, but maybe you can play knight c5 here and meet f5 with
And
g5.
wait. Okay.
Maybe acceptable actually. And h5 you can go g5. Yeah, you just really
Mhm.
want to like get some dark square control. So f6, I think your move makes a lot of sense. Because eventually you want to get the bishop to f7 and try to play e5. Uh, Alex played knight d7. This was the other move I was thinking about. I mean, logically speaking, that also makes a lot of sense trying to put the knight on e5, and you still don't really fear knight takes e6, f takes e6. Um,
So they're talking about different ways to just entertain yourself during a chess game in chat. And chewing gum is something that I tend to do quite a bit when playing chess. Do you do something like that? Chewing gum or fidgeting
um,
or drawing?
I used to chew gum when I was like 10, 11 years old, but I never do it anymore. I don't know. I had a coach who told me that you shouldn't chew the gum.
While
He
playing?
Yeah, I don't know. He said like it's I don't remember exactly why, but you're sort of uh I don't know, spending some energy on that, or
Oh, I
it's
see. Yeah,
also
it takes a lot of
honestly I think
energy.
it can also be a bit. I personally don't think so, but some people think it's disrespectful to your opponent to chew a gum. I
Mm.
once played a Swedish Grandmaster in a tournament game where he apologized after the game because he was chewing a gum and he forgot to dump it before a game. I personally didn't
Okay.
think about it during the game, but
Oh, I was
he,
going to ask
he
you, left out some details, didn't tell us that you approached him afterwards and said, how disrespectful of you. And he's like, oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh yeah, no.
Uh,
I didn't think about it at all, but he actually apologized. But I mean, I guess it's
um,
fine to chew gum. I had just had a Russian coach back in the day, so he said you shouldn't do it, but I don't exactly remember why. I think it's fine.
and
But
do you get
personally, I
superstitious at
wouldn't
all?
do it. I don't know. Maybe it's slightly. I don't know. Do you think it's disrespectful?
Not at all. If my opponent can be chewing quietly, then sure, but don't pop bubbles and, chew loudly, I guess. As long as you're doing your own thing quietly, it's fine and not distracting. And when it comes to being superstitious, this is something that I've always loved to know about different chess players. Do you find that you get superstitious at all? Maybe you have a favorite pen that you use or a favorite shirt that you wear. Is that something you do?
I used to be much more before. I used to be very superstitious. I used to like use the same pen over and over again if I won. I have a very funny story actually about being superstitious. I was playing the World
Yeah.
Junior Championship in 2014, and I was there with my dad, and my dad is from Iran, so they were hanging out with Sarah Khadem and her mom during the tournament.
Yeah.
She's one of the best female players.
Of course.
Yeah, she's changed her flag now. She plays for Spain. But like yeah, we were hanging out during the tournament, so like we would go to eat before the game and so on. And at some point we were both doing very well, and we were going to the same restaurant and sitting at the same table. And one of the days we went to the mall, there was somebody else sitting at that table we were usually eating at. And I remember Sarah, like she went and asked them if they could move because we did so well when we were sitting at that table. So we asked people to move from the
Oh,
place they were eating in
no
the mall,
way.
so we could sit there. And we went really far there, but
Oh my gosh, did they move?
yeah, they did move actually.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah,
if they did
this
move
this is
and
for
you
all
didn't do
juniors in
well.
India. Yeah, it's
Mhm. So
very
if
funny.
if they
What
didn't move,
are you superstitious?
yeah, so this is something that's also quite interesting because it either comes to a pen, maybe not items of clothes, and my shoes, actually. Depends on what shoes or socks I'm wearing on the day. So I have my super secret, special, cool
Do you
socks,
have to bring
chest
like 10 pair
socks.
of shoes then if let's say the results don't go as you hope?
Well, no, if the result goes badly, just throw the pair of shoes out the window and then go barefoot.
Exactly.
It
Exactly.
wouldn't at all be a violation of the regulations.
Yeah, but how superstitious are you? Like you would change your pen after every loss and so on?
Probably my pen. Depends if I really like the pen or not. But sometimes I forget altogether. So it really depends on the event and how nervous I am. But there are other things or like rituals or something that I try to do. Rain dances in Africa and stuff like that.
Oh wow. Um yeah, no,
I'm kidding.
yeah, I know a lot of people who are superstitious, but yeah, I used to be more, but it's pretty funny. So, we got a move in the game. 95 was played after 97.
Yes. I was surprised to see 97, actually. So, wait, what is the crazy superstition you've heard about then? Because you said you've heard about different superstitions.
Yeah, I've heard about like people like not showering if they like win a game and don't but that's I can never do that, but like people like if they win a game they don't shower, and if they keep winning they just don't because they want to do the same thing over and over again.
Oh,
But
yeah,
I guess
at a
it's taking
junior
it
level.
too far.
That happens a lot at a junior level. You'll be surprised. They don't change their clothes. So if you win your game, it's a lucky shirt. Don't ever change your shirt. You're going to sleep in that shirt. You're going to come to the game in that shirt, and sometimes you can even play sports in that shirt. So you can imagine the very iconic aromas at tournaments. But the
Yeah,
shower
uh,
situation sounds interesting.
okay, it's good that we are not as superstitious as that. I think yeah, that's a bit taking it too far. But yeah,
Yeah.
people find all kinds of ways. So actually, Andrea is completely winning now. It seems she got everything in after Rook E8, Rook B1 was
Mhm.
played, trying to play B4, but it looks very slow. E4, Rook C1, Knight C5, B4, Knight D3. Yeah, she got the Knight to D3, and now yeah, everything, all of the pieces are on so good squares. I think the knockout blow should be like F4 in some moment. You have so many attractive moves here with black. But again, you don't really need to rush things, so I would probably play Queen G6 here.
Apparently, this is called a Steinitz Knight or an Octopus Knight.
The knight on D3 is called the Stainless Knight.
Hmm. Because it has so many squares to go to. And for some reason, when I was doing commentary last week, it's called the Steinitz Knight. I just thought it was an
Okay.
octopus because it has eight little arms.
You learn
Yeah.
something new every day.
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean it definitely looks like a nice cannot really be a better knight than what it is. I mean it's impossible for white to challenge it. And
We
like
can give
let's
it a
say
different name. Maybe Bob.
maybe what?
Bob.
Bob?
Mm.
Is Bob like a
He's a super
superpower
knight.
name?
No,
It's a super.
it's just you could give him a new name, and Robert seems like a great name.
Yeah, I'll give him. I call him Superman. The knight on D3 is Superman to me.
Sounds good.
It's better than both the rooks actually. Both the rooks on B1 and C2.
Both of them together. Well, I suppose the rooks
Yeah,
aren't doing much.
almost. I
Oh,
mean,
wait. Okay, that didn't actually happen, right? Did it? No, it didn't.
yeah, I think it.
You gave me a
No,
fright.
no, no. It's white is
No,
still.
you made up
So it
those
didn't really
moves.
happen. No, I was just thinking
Ah, I see, I see.
what could happen. Actually, something else happened. Let's see here. B4.
Oh,
93 rook
okay, at
c2.
least she
Andrea
shut
played
down
a4,
the
just
file.
keeping it safe.
Hmm. So shutting down any
Thinking
dreams
white.
that white might have. But is it now possible for white to play b5? Well, I suppose it won't really matter.
B5 is a good question. You're like going after the A4 pawn, but
Mhm.
I can never ever imagine white being in time to take the pawn on A4. Like here, I think like Queen G6
26.
take. You gotta be lost after F4 here.
Ah, I see.
Like it just
Wait.
looks.
Hmm.
I mean, chess doesn't make any sense that this is not lost for white. Like black has all the pieces on ideal squares, and
It's true,
white
but I'm
just
thinking about ways white can at least take the pawn on e4
bishop takes
with the
E4.
knight. Yes.
Yeah, you can take on
No,
E4,
with the
but let's
knight.
say
With the knight.
with knights. Okay, let's try to think about
I suppose it is
knight
pinned as
way here.
well.
I guess
Hmm.
I mean, knight takes f2 looks very clean here.
Oh, immediately.
Yeah, so if you take with a knight, you're losing the queen. So
Queen.
you have to take with
If
the
queen
queen, and
takes.
then f takes g3. Yeah, and if you
Oh my gosh. Queen
take
takes?
with a
Oh,
queen takes bishop b, oh sorry, bishop b5, and you're
wow.
yeah
Lots of
winning
tactics.
material there. But I'm sure there are more ways here. Bishop f5 also looks strong, and rook takes d4.
Do you often do tactics on chess.com?
Yeah, I actually like chess.com's tactics. I like to do Puzzle Rush Survival on chess.com. I
Mm.
think it's great
What
great
is
training.
your high score?
I mean, I feel like the survival thing is just really about how tired you get, because like if you're actually gonna like go complete try hard mode, you can like do it for days, right? Like you can, because there you have unlimited time.
Mhm.
So there's no rush. Like you can spend 2 hours on one exercise, but like I think once I had a very good run with Aman when I was in Canada, and I think we did like 77 or something.
Wow. Okay. That's incredibly
But then we
impressive.
were like sitting for 3 hours.
Okay.
It was quite a
And so
quite a
it,
long quite a long
it was a
long session,
test.
but it was fun. What about you? Do you do tactics?
Yes, I love the tactics. So I think on stream, we try to get to, it was either 50 or 60, though now that you said that took you 3 hours to get to 77, I'm more like inclined to think that it was 50 we were trying to get to as like my highest, especially with streams or the chat's help. And then there's the rated puzzles, which I'm constantly trying to like get to a high rating because at some point I saw someone on 4,200 rating and I was so envious and I was like, I want to get to 4,200. That seems so cool. And so I think I got to a peak of like 3,200 and then it stopped. But I'd love to know what was your peak on the rated ones?
My peek at the rated ones. I think let me actually check what that was. I think I haven't done it in a while, but I think it was somewhere around. Let's see here. Oh, it says 3,300 here, but I haven't done it in a
Whoa.
so is that, I don't know if that's good or bad, honestly.
It's
Like
good
what,
if you're not even like consciously thinking about it or trying. I mean, of course it's good. For me, I'm like a try hard and I like struggle to peak at 32. Took
I mean,
years.
it's
So yeah.
it's good that you're a tryhard. I think it's very good training, honestly. Like just keeping your
Mm.
mind sharp, and seeing the tactics. It's very easy to miss stuff otherwise in games. But I used to do tactics on a site called chesstempo.com. That's where I did
Ooh,
my tactics like in my career. But in recent times, I did it more like Puzzle Brush Survival.
yeah. Chess
But there I was
tempo
like kind of
is yeah.
obsessed with the rating there.
So if you ever have a really, having a bad time in your life or you have a broken heart or you just want to forget about your problems, go to chesstempo.com and it'll prove to you that there's at least one more problem in your life that needs to be there.
That
And that
is
is the
that is
puzzles. It's
a that is a well
uh,
way to put it, honestly. Like
mhm.
it's crazy how obsessed you can get with like online ratings, and sometimes you just know like it doesn't matter for anything, it's just for yourself, and you go crazy. Yeah, I had the days where I play like 10 hours of Blitz online to try to gain 50 points or something.
Oh wow. And you play a lot of the like titled events like Title Tuesday.
Yeah, I usually play all the title Tuesdays when I'm available. I played the last one. I played Hikaru and Magnus. That was
Oh, you played
yeah.
against them?
Yeah, I played against them both. It's funny actually because Magnus mouse slipped and blundered a piece, and
Oof.
then I was playing without the mouse. It's not an excuse, but I managed to mess that up and make a draw. But
Oh,
yeah,
okay. You could just say that you were trying to be a gentleman. You realized there was a mouse slip and you just wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt.
I was thinking about it for a second, but it's like how often do you get a chance to
Mm,
be like this?
that's true. And then he would have obviously done the exact same thing, right?
Yeah, I think in general, especially in online blitz, like people just take the point. But yeah, do you play that on Tuesday, by the way?
Sometimes it's another one of those emotional damage moments. Like you want 99 problems, but no, you want 100. So, but it's good. It's good experience as well because you get to play a lot of title players, and sometimes I've scored quite well, and I've really shocked myself. I think the best result I've gotten was probably beating a Grandmaster on stream.
That's
But
really
I've only ever played the Title Tuesday events, I think, while streaming, because it's nice to have the fun and the laughter and the aches and the pains all together. And then you can just talk to chat afterwards and discuss the game. So it's fun both ways.
Yeah, I mean, Title Tuesday is makes so much sense to just have fun with it, especially for
Mm,
you. I mean, if you're not fighting for top places, to just it's good content.
exactly.
Uh,
A lot of streamers play
yeah, I
just
also
for the
like it
fun.
because like I'm used to playing so much over the board chess, and like over the board classical chess is so stressful and so important, you know. And Title Tuesday, it's honestly I feel like you have everything to win, but in reality you have nothing to lose really, because
Mm.
like if you do badly in Title Tuesday, it's like who not many people cares. It's not the end of the world. It's just fun.
I'm glad you brought that up. When is your next OTB tournament?
My next OTB tournament is in Montreal in middle of July. I'm playing a tournament called Maplewoods Invitational. It's like a couple grandmasters. Ivan Saric is playing, Jordan Van Forst is playing, and me, and then a couple of locals, and it's like a round robin. So
Okay.
everyone in the field plays each other.
So you're
Uh,
moving to the Americas? Are you just enjoying the
Yeah,
time
yeah,
zone?
exactly. I mean, I spent like 2 months in Toronto in from end of March to like mid-May. So
Hmm.
for the candidates, and I spent a lot of time
Oh,
with the brass.
yes.
So that was
Uh-huh.
that was a lot of fun, and now I'm
I
here
saw
and
some of the reels you guys created. That was very cool. I thought, maybe they're trying to force you out of your shell a little bit with those. Very
yeah,
nice.
that's
Made me
definitely
laugh.
not something I'm used to. That's for sure. A lot of people thought I had a gun pointed at me there. Um, so you said you're playing in Spain. What kind of tournaments are that?
So there is the Pontevedra tournament in Spain
Which
happening.
one?
Pontevedra, it's in Galicia.
Oh, okay. I heard
So
Galicia
it's
in
like in the north. Yes. It's a smaller town, but they're doing a training camp beforehand. So we work with some chess players and they help us with preparation and stuff like that, which is quite cool. Because I could always use the help, especially, okay, so a friend and I are going and we don't really have a lot of training in general. So the fact that we get a little bit of training and help and guidance, I think it's definitely going to be beneficial. And then we
Yeah,
play.
who are you training with?
That is a great question. I have no idea. I saw the names somewhere, but it's no one that I recognize. So everyone I see there, I'm going to be meeting for the first time, and it's going to be quite refreshing. I think they're like international masters who we're working with, so definitely people who are stronger than us, and then they'll put us in a group and
Hmm.
and we'll train for like 6 hours a day, for 5 days or something like that. And then straight after that, there's a tournament. And during the tournament, they also help with training and preparation and analysis and all the things. So it's going to be nice little camaraderie and trying to prepare us for the months ahead. And hopefully that means we having a good performance at the Olympiad at least. That's my aim. I need some redemption, In
I
Chennai,
mean,
I got, yeah.
sounds like you're doing everything you can. That's you're training harder than me.
Yeah,
You
I'm
should.
giving up gaming. So, something has to come
I
from it
think
if I'm giving.
think you're gonna break 2100 soon, hopefully.
I hope so. I heard about the other things I shouldn't be doing, like don't cut your hair because you could be like, Samson who carries all the strength in their hair and that sort of thing.
Don't
I'm
cut your
kidding.
hair.
Yeah, don't ever cut your hair if you want to gain rating.
Yeah,
Why do you think Richard
I did the
Rockwood
opposite
has such
actually.
long
I had a
hair?
bad period. I had a bad period in chess, and I went to cut my hair, and then I qualified for the World Cup a few years ago.
Oh,
So
oh my
that was the
gosh.
way for me. But
So wait, you qualified for the World Cup?
yeah, this was like back in 2016. I had like a bad period
Oh,
and like had a bad start in the European Championship, and I went to cut my hair, and then I just did really well. So there was
amazing.
some
Okay,
magic
so
there.
there was magic. I need
Yeah.
to test this hypothesis. It seems it needs a little bit
But yeah,
more,
maybe for you, the longer hair works.
maybe. Yeah, since I haven't like cut my hair for like 2 years and things have been going better in general in life. Yeah.
I'm um I'm very surprised by how Alexandra's opponent played. Like he played h4, h5, and then castled shorts. Did you see that?
I did. Wait, we have to. This was the last move that was made. It's a castle short because after f4, it chased the knight back. So the knight was on e5 first.
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh, wait, there was rook h8 somewhere
Yeah,
that I
after
missed.
h5, Alex played rook h8,
Um,
which has to be played because
okay,
otherwise
there's some danger.
white just wins on the edge file. Like you have to
What
defend.
are, but what are Alexandra's prospects in this game, do you think?
So let's look at the final position here. H5, castles, rook. The current position looks very tough for black, unfortunately. I was surprised by short castles for white, but it's the big issue for black is the king is very unsafe on G7. And after castles, you always have to look up for F5 and F6, and
Mhm.
you could easily get mated here. Like after F4, yeah, she just sort of had to go knight to 6. There's no better square. I think she rushed with knight e5. Would be better to actually take the knight on d5 here. I think that would be make more sense to just get rid of that knight. And here, white has to make a choice, right? Because every capture has a different story.
Mm.
Thinking with the c pawn would be something black would be very happy to see after a move like queen b6 and
And
keeping an
with the
eye on
C file,
this
oh,
diagonal.
I see.
That would be great. Again, h5 can always be met with g5, and the attack
Mhm.
is stopped. And if you take with the e
Uh-huh.
pawn,
And white gained a tempo with f4, not allowing this g5 move anymore. I
exactly,
see.
exactly. So I
Mhm.
didn't really like knight to e5. I think she should have taken on d5, and after e takes, she can, for instance, play maybe knight f6. Again, knight e5 doesn't make much sense because of f4. So knight f6 and just keep the position. You have some dark square potential
Mhm.
here with black. You can maybe play queen b6. But after 95, I feel like white got everything with tempo here. Exactly as you said, you want to play g5 here, but it's not possible anymore. So now rook h8
That's
was
why rook
forced,
h8. Mhm.
castle, and this is the position we have on the board. White has 20 minutes on the clock. Alex has 36 minutes, so at least she has a solid time advantage. But
Mhm. And they are
I
on
am
move 20 as well.
I'm very worried about the position. Because now also if you take on d5, white sort of takes with a tempo here on the knight,
And the
and
knight
this
doesn't really have a nice
really
square.
exactly
Mhm.
doesn't really have a nice square. And after the move like queen d4 check, the king is starting to get very shaky here.
f6
Also like
maybe?
here. Sorry?
f6. No, I was looking at f6, which allowed
Yeah, f6
g5 just to block the. Oh, okay, to take and then leave it there. Okay,
takes yeah, the king is very vulnerable
a bit of a
here.
breeze.
G4, or maybe you can even consider something like this.
Oh, never play f6, says chat. I understand. I'm going to stop playing the French immediately.
Uh,
King h5.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
that does look very
In
dangerous.
French also, yeah, you gotta be very careful with f6. But
Mhm.
yeah, she shouldn't take on d5. I think what she should do is just try to keep it. Maybe bishop d7 makes a lot of sense. Try to play for e6. But again, I'm worried about f5. At least you get the e5 square for the knights. Maybe you can play something like this. And although I just realized there's a nice tactic here with knight takes e7.
Oh, wow. Of course, an f6. That'll be difficult to counter.
So there's
So that's what happens if the knight were to go back to e5. So that knight is tied down at the moment to c6.
yeah, the
And
knight is tied down. Maybe after f5 we can consider to take here and play f6 and sort of like play on put the knight on e5 and play around it.
what about rook f3?
Yeah, rook
I suppose not.
f3, then knight e5.
I wanted to ask, when it comes to chess talent, how far could that take a player? Of course, I know that a good combination of talent and hard work is going to get you quite far. But let's say a player doesn't do a lot of in-depth work, maybe just plays some tournaments and does some light preparation and so on. Do you consider yourself a talented player?
Um, I think talent plays a very big role actually. Yeah, I don't know. Some people just take it faster than others. So you can get a lot of things easier in your way with talent. Just take things faster and does play a very big role. But at the end of the day, I think if you work hard enough, you're gonna reach your goals. But it's just gonna be slower. But like I would say, like if you're gonna reach the top in chess, it's impossible without some degree of talent. So I do think it plays a very big role. Like I think yeah, some people just have talent for things in life. Like some people have talent for chess. Some people have undiscovered things in life they have talent for.
Mhm.
But yeah, I would say like because if you take Magnus, I think his talent is it's just something really for itself because like I really don't think that he worked harder than some of the other top guys, but he just his memory and his feeling for the game was something that made him different than the others, you know?
Wow, do you think there's some chess players who have actually worked harder than Magnus?
I definitely think so, yeah. 100%.
Oh,
Um,
wow.
yeah, but I think he's just a talent from another planet, you know? Yeah, it's
Yeah.
just
And do you
gift.
think you. Mhm. Sorry, you're still saying?
Yeah, I think it's just like he has this gift for of course he worked extremely hard to get to where he is, but I really don't think he worked like the hardest if you compare him to other super strong GMs and prodigies. So yeah, some people just has a gift. Like I
And
think for instance
do
like
you think you
I
have?
think Karyakin, let's say, worked harder than Magnus.
Okay, I
Yeah, I
see.
don't I think like Magnus' talent was bigger, let's say.
Well, maybe he was just under the radar, training super hard. No one knows about it.
Maybe.
I'm just kidding.
I
Yeah.
don't think so.
Do you think you have other talents like dancing and singing that you've
Uh,
discovered in your life?
no, not really. I definitely haven't discovered them at least.
Not yet. Still young.
Yeah, I got 25 recently. If you consider that young, then I mean, I guess it's still. But everything is relative. I feel don't feel as young as I used to, but yeah, we're still young. We're still young. You're 27,
Of
right?
course. I am 27. I'm also trying to convince myself that anything under 35 is like relatively young. Relatively.
I'm happy to hear that you're saying 35. I used to always think 30, but 35 then we have
Yeah.
more time.
You see, I don't want to say any age at all because then someone in chat's going to feel old.
Yeah,
So,
yeah,
it's better to say a higher
that's
age,
true. That's true. That's true. I mean,
Yeah.
so I feel everyone these days say 30 is the new 40. So
Yeah. I mean, between us, anything older than 21, but I think
no, sorry,
35 is a
40 is
good
the new
number.
30.
21, but yeah, 35 is a good number. So on Andrea's board, Rook B4 was played. So it seems that White was pretty adamant on winning this pawn, and
Yeah, it's
perhaps
more about
Andrea
the
should have
fact that
focused on the attack.
it is more about the fact that White doesn't have any counterplay here, you know? They don't have a plan. There's nothing for White to do, so they just gotta go for something, you know, going for the
Mm.
A pawn, but it's never gonna work out. So Andrea is really trying to save the A4 pawn, which I don't think there is any reason to. I hope she doesn't go Rook A8 here. Because just by feeling here, I think there has to be a knockout here. All black's pieces are on ideal squares here. The rook on f8, rook on e8, knight on d3, queen. All of the forces are so well positioned. White's pieces are on the other side. So if knight takes a4, f4, I mean, white has to be lost. I'm like thinking about knight takes f2 is also there. Something like this looks very strong as well. Because bishop e5 is coming, f4 is coming. There's like in a position like this, you can there are many ways, but you can take and go f4. You're sort of hitting everything, you know.
Mm. So
Yeah,
at
it's
this
just like
point, you need to stop caring about material. Just make sure all your rooks have open files and you're good to go.
yeah, I think it's more about like I think Andrea is seeking for a concrete solution if white takes on a4, but it's just like based on by feeling it just there has to be something. But there are many ways. So what Andrea does is also uh completely fine. So knight c5 was played, rook b4 on the board.
Do you think she'll continue to defend the pawn with rook a8? Or maybe capitalize on this and go for the attack?
I think that's what she's calculating right now, if she's gonna give up the a4 pawn or not. It's harder to play a rook a8. It's harder to play a rook a8 than to go knight c5 because the rook looks so perfect on e8. I don't
Mm.
think she's gonna go rook a8. I think she's gonna go queen g6. Actually, to me, even a move like this looks pretty beautiful for black, but there is like no need for it.
Never
It's
mind the
just
queen.
positional dominance, perfect knight on c5, controlling the dark squares. It's like perfect harmony. Um, but
Wow.
yeah, I would probably just go queen g6 and let's say takes. Then yeah, I mean f4 just open up here. You take, you can go bishop f5, let's say.
Even in the current position, Arian, it's given black quite an advantage. Perhaps it's because the white rook seems a bit dislodged and more focused on that A pawn there. So
Oh, she did play rook
immediately,
a8.
oh, she did play rook a8 in that position, perhaps to just make sure she doesn't lose the pawn.
Yeah, I mean that's also fine. I would sort of like try to go for the mate, but it's more about like white has no counterplay whatsoever here. The white pieces are sort of so badly placed that it's also you can also ask like why not just protect the pawn if white doesn't really have a move. Like white will eventually have to just go back and forth, and then you can build up the knockout blow slowly but surely.
Mhm.
So did anything happen in? Okay, so Alex is still thinking after short castle.
Yeah, perhaps we can just update chat about the time. So I think the boards on screen don't exactly show us how much, oh, they do show us how much time they have. So Alex has 24 minutes and her opponent has 20 minutes. Andrea has 38 minutes and opponent has 10 minutes. So I'm curious to know, is the opponent going to get into serious time trouble? Because 10 minutes is not a lot of time and they're only on move 24. So still has to make another 16 moves for time control. And then over in the other game, Alex was on move 20. So another 20 moves to go. So neither players should be getting into time trouble, hopefully, anytime soon.
I think it really depends on Alexandra's next move. If she manages to ask some questions here, I think her opponents could definitely get into time trouble, and that's what we have to hope for. But it is a very critical position because what it wants to do is just to play f5 and just sort of go for the kill. And yeah, I think black has to play very precise, and yeah, probably bishop d7 and try to play for e6 and get some squares. And considering the fact that white has spent a lot of time on the last moves, I think he's gonna be in some time pressure. So definitely heating up.
And it's crazy how you said F5 is coming. And then I was thinking, okay, but if F5, at least you can take the knight, which is what you wanted to do all along. And then it comes back to the question of what do you do with the knight on C6? So do you wait for F5? Or like you said, you would play bishop to D7 and play E6. But what about bishop D7, F5?
Yeah, bishop d7, f5. I think this was what we.
Yeah, what you just spoke about as
Yes.
well.
So here you cannot go 95 because of knight takes d7. There was this like
Mm.
very nice tactic for whites. So that's why I was taking on f5, e takes f5, and I was playing
Oh,
f6.
again. Uh-huh.
Looks like this king is very vulnerable, but the idea is to eventually go king h7 and rook g8.
Mhm.
Hide the king and put the knight on e5 and
Doesn't
hope
look like the
to.
worst case scenario because I don't see
Definitely
a
doesn't look
straightforward
like the
way.
worst case scenario.
Yeah.
So I think after bishop d7, white should play another way, like takes.
Mm.
Maybe here white can try to play f5. It
Mhm.
also doesn't look like the end of the world for black. So again, I blundered this knight takes d7. But
Oh,
you probably play like rook f8 here, and it's not.
just to inform chat, Arian is our stockfish 25. So if we miss any tactics, he'll be here to find them for us.
Yeah, I'll be the worst version of Stockfish. But I'll try my best. Guess the engine is gonna laugh at me though.
Not a chance because we are not working with an engine at all. Unfortunately, I wasn't gifted that luxury, but we do have an evaluation bar on our side. So I think that's always going to help us see a thing or two.
Yeah,
And
yeah. I think it's more fun like that. At least then we get
I
to
agree.
make some
Yeah.
blunders.
sometimes I like to cheat and like quickly look at the evaluation and then come back and then pretend to know everything. So this time you're guiding us quite nicely, and then I'm just prodding with some questions. So
Oh, yeah.
Andrea played Rook A8, I have to say, Arian, and now okay, the pawn is defended at least. But do you think that Rook has to come back in order for Andrea to still execute the attack?
Not necessarily. I think White's pieces are so far away from the White's king that she doesn't really need that rook to win the game. Like, and the rook, you can say that the rook on b4 sort of neutralizes the rook on a8, so both rooks are out, and then we're sort of playing with the rest of the pieces. And the rook on c2 isn't like the best piece I've seen for sure. We got a move in that game. f3 was played, which sort of like shows that White is not really patient about like suffering forever. Wants to do something, and here,
Ben Feingold would be proud.
yeah, after f3, black has to play accurately, but I think there are several ways for black to play. You can, for instance, like just take on f3, knight takes f3, and then let's say the rook returns. The queen goes here, you always hit with bishop h6, and doesn't have so many squares. If it goes to f2, you go knight e3.
So f3 was a bad idea for White. Or as you mentioned, you don't
Um,
really want to
I
prolong your
wouldn't say f3 is a
suffering.
bad idea. It's anyway, like if white doesn't play f3, what black will break through at some point with f4. So it's just a question of time there. So white is just trying to do something once the rook is on a8.
Like, you don't want to do it, let me help you, almost.
Exactly. Yeah, queen g6 is also something black can play, but then I don't like that white can
Mm.
play f4 and try to keep things closed. So I'd probably take on f3 with black because the following position, yeah, after knight takes f3, rook e8, I feel these pieces are all so bad on the queen side, and
Mm.
black has all the squares. Four is coming, queen g6, rook e3.
Was all part of the strat. The rook can come back and attack the queen with tempo, and then queen g6, as you mentioned.
Yeah,
But
and
at
if white takes
least.
with the
Mhm.
queen, maybe you go just queen g6 and f4.
Oh, I see. Oh, the rook's hanging. Oh,
Exactly, the rook is
oh,
hanging.
beautiful.
Yeah, and the bishop on g7 is like the monster here. Like once you put that on e5 and go king h8, like everything is
Mhm.
everything is coming, you know.
Like the dragon bishop, but in the king's Indian.
Yeah,
Perfect.
this is a really nice game by Andrea. Let's see what she does after f3. I mean, she has 36 minutes and her opponent has 6 minutes, so no rush.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
Sorry, I just wanted to
really hope.
get.
Sorry, what's that?
No, I was just going to the current position. You're saying?
Um, yeah, I really hope Alex finds a plan because it's such a like tough position to play for her.
Mhm.
With f5 coming. Yeah, I think she should go bishop d7 and hope for something happening in the time trouble.
I think she has quite a long move time at the moment. Like, it has to be really close to 10 minutes. So she's considering her plan going forward here. And it's a critical moment because now she has to make the best decision. Otherwise, it might go downhill. And we know that the last couple games weren't in her favor. So we're sending all the good vibes to her right now. So do we have like a good vibes emote in chat somewhere that we use to like wish them luck? Because I want to use that. I don't know if it's her parrot or not. Do you know her parrot's name?
If I have a what?
So Alex has a parrot.
Oh, okay. A
You
parrot?
didn't know? Oh,
Oh yeah,
you
yeah,
don't
I've
know
seen
she
the
has a
parrot, of course.
parrot?
Yeah, yeah, I've seen the parrot on her
Squeak.
stories on Instagram. I've seen the parrots. It's very cute.
Okay, there are some
Did
emotes,
she
good vibes.
bring the parrot to Poland or
I don't think she brought Squeak with to Poland. I don't know if he would have adapted well with the culture. Um,
maybe
I'm
yeah.
joking because I have no idea what Squeak is like. But I don't think he can
Maybe
travel
parrot is the
very easily.
only one that can save this position.
Oh no. Okay, if anyone knows a quick way to get Squeak to Poland, please get him on a boat, get him on a plane right now. It is time. Name Squeak. Yeah. So I
Let's
saw some videos. Very cute.
yeah,
So
the
yeah, still
opponent
no
20 minutes
moves.
or 10 minutes, by the way.
Say that again.
Does Alex's opponent has 20 minutes, right? So she's actually like lower on the clock now.
Yeah, so Alex was a little bit ahead on the clock before her move, and she's just spent quite a copious amount of time now on this move. So maybe she is,
Okay,
channeling
she
her
made a move.
inner Arian
Nice.
and said, I need to play bishop b7. Is it the right move? And then the old her would have played like bishop takes knight. And now the new her would have played bishop d7. And that's what she's going to play. I can feel it in my bones.
We saw none of them. We saw knight b8, I think.
Oh, I didn't
Um,
check.
or it looks like she played knight b8 at least.
Oh, you're looking at the camera. Right.
Yeah,
The knight b8 was played.
it was played, right?
So let's see if that was better or worse than bishop d7. I think that there's definitely an idea.
I saw the bar reacted. So knight b8, she yeah, I mean the idea is to take on d5 and now at least white will not take with a tempo to hit the knight. But I mean it's not a very pleasing move to play, obviously. Like let's say queen d4 now.
King h7.
Yeah, king h7. Yeah, I'm very worried here actually.
Because if at any point f5, at least you're not losing too many tempi. You could just take the knight. Never mind, you can't take the knight because there's some
I mean you have to
checks.
take on d5 first if you want to take the knight, but I
Ooh,
feel
okay.
here with f6 coming, it's yeah the king is in danger. Like if you try to play f6 yourself, it just looks
What about now knight d7? So instead of f6, knight d7.
97 here.
Yeah.
Yeah, 97. I think f3 might be pretty strong.
Oh,
Because I
anyway.
mean once the pawn comes to f6,
Hmm.
suddenly the
Oh, I
king is
see.
in a lot of
That
trouble.
bishop
Like if you
just
go
popped up out
king
of
g8,
nowhere.
there's queen g4 and
There's mate.
mate
Hmm.
follows. Yeah, so you always have to sort of answer this with f6. You can't allow white to go f6. I mean, I guess here you're sort of alive. Try to play the knight on e5, play rook g8. It's not the end of the world.
True. Hopefully,
Maybe, I mean, white can also consider to take first and then play f5. Yeah, more worried about this. This king looks sort of more open, and in a situation like this, the problem is also like the bishop is coming to g6 here.
mhm. I'm hoping the live position will update for us soon. But at least the opponent
Yeah,
still has to make his move.
we really have to hope the opponent spends some time here.
Oof. And he looked at the camera briefly, but I have some good news for you, Arian. Over on Andrea's board, we can see that there was a queen g6 played.
Very happy to see that. Yeah, I think that game is sort of like coming to a conclusion pretty soon. I mean, especially considering the fact that the opponent has 3 minutes left.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, has 3 minutes left, and it's like 15 minutes to go. But most importantly, the position is a disaster for whites.
I agree. So there wasn't any exchange on f3, but I think we will get a result of some sort really soon. So let's
Yeah.
just
So after Queen
quickly.
G6, I guess the obvious question is like, what happens if white takes an E4?
What does happen? So white takes on e4, pawn takes.
Yeah, take on F4. I mean, there's many ways. I guess bishop E5 looks like the most
Mm-hmm.
precise, just going after the G3 pawn, and how do you protect? Let's say knight F1, and then you go F4.
The opponent actually pushed f4.
Here pushed F4.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that was a great move by her opponent, but still, black can play like King H8, follow with Rook G8, and put pressure on G3. So still, black should be winning here, I think. But I did like taking on F3 more, just to open up the position here, because the rooks are so out of the game, and the E file is great for black. Like here, white has no chance to close the position, but in the game, at least white gets F4 and try to keep it a bit close, but uh, still, I mean, no doubt that black is having a super good position here with Rook J8 coming, Knight D3, and uh, white should try to play Knight F1, but I'm pretty. I really believe in Andrea here. She's been playing great.
That's true. And then she will be on, I think it's 5.5 out of 8. And I was also looking at their rating progress over the past couple of months, and I think they played some pretty strong events as well and performed quite well. It's nice to see them back playing competitive chess. It's definitely motivated me as well. It's nice to see, streamer gone pro again. But will you be at the Olympiad this year? Are you planning on playing for your team, or is that still a secret?
Yeah, the plan is to play Olympiad this year, so I'll play in September. But yeah, they played so many tournaments this year. I've been doing great. I think Alex won in Sardinia, and both are up in rating. Alex was over 2000 before. She went down again, but then recently she had very good tournaments, and been improving a lot. So that's great to see. So, and you're also over 2000, so you guys are doing great. But yeah, so I'm playing a tournament in Canada, and I'm playing Olympiad. Yeah, it's,
So the tournament in Canada is like your prep tournament then.
for Olympiad.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean the Olympiad is in September, so I feel like it's so. I mean, it's like it's just three months ago, but I don't know. In my mind, it feels so far away. So but I'll try to get ready for that. It's always a highlight.
Yeah,
Uh,
time is going to fly. So a little piece of information. So my first ever Olympiad was in 2016 in Baku, Azerbaijan. And in the last round, South Africa was paired against Canada. And on the first board, they had Nemo. So Nemo was still in the Olympiad team. And I think it was the second board. It was Alex. Alex was on the team as well. And that was amazing. I think that was right when Alex started streaming, and I don't think Nemo was streaming just yet. So what a time! And yeah, I was playing on board 3. I was against one of their teammates, and then of course there was board 4. I can't remember who was their board 4. And our team needed to either draw or win that match in order to get a category prize, and we would have been the first South African team to have ever scored a medal at the Olympiad. Unfortunately, their team outrated us by a lot, and we lost the match. But it was a really, really nice and intense moment. And yeah, there's a lot riding on that match, and I'll never forget the game that I played as well. in the Sicilian and so on. But yeah, it
Was
was a
that
cool little information.
was that the first time you played against this is the first time you talked with Alexandra, or?
I think I ended up meeting her later that evening because there was some gathering after the tournament, and that was my first time, yeah, meeting her officially. Yeah,
Yeah, no, that
very
was
very cool.
one of my first Olympiad as well in Baku. It's was really
Mm.
good memories. Feels like so long ago, in a way.
Yeah, it was. It
Played
was
it at
like eight years
eight
ago.
years. Yeah.
Wow.
It's the first time I played in a team with I mean actually not the first, it was the second time I played in a team with Magnus, but first Olympiad, and that was really, really cool.
Yeah, that was the
Is that
first time I
where
met you
you
too, I think. It was the first time I spoke. I don't think you remember though. I spoke to you once during that event. And then yeah, I was just fangirling and then I
I
left.
think I think I know where that was. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, I think we said hi to each other there, and yeah. But is that where you got your woman international master title, or did you get that in South Africa?
No, I played in a African zonal competition. It was actually also in 2016, so maybe a couple months before the Olympiad. And I played in Mauritius, one of the most beautiful destinations to play chess tournaments. So I wasn't complaining, and I ended up winning the zonal. But it was nice back then. You could play a zonal tournament or a continental event, and if you came first, you got like women international master title direct without any rating prerequisites or anything. So then I came first and got WIM. And then I think they changed the laws in 2017 that you needed a certain rating when scoring at tournaments like that. So
It's anyway a
yeah,
really cool title to have.
it
Um,
really is. Have you ever
we got
wanted to
some
be a WIM?
yeah,
I'm just
we should definitely switch. We can yeah. As long as I can play Title Tuesday, I'm happy.
there we go. I would love to be a GM for the day. Yeah, thank you.
We
Oh
got
wait, in Alex's game,
yeah,
if we go to Alex,
there's been a
oh
lot of things happening there. So Queen D4, King H7.
no, I don't think so. I don't think there was a King H7. So after 1 second, if we go back, so Queen D4, F6. So exactly what I said earlier, although I completely
F6
missed that
here.
H takes G. Yes, F6 and then H takes G
It took on D5.
and taking on D5. And I think this is the current position. And both are hovering about 13 minutes, 12 minutes. Oof.
Oh yeah, you're right. This is actually the current position.
Mhm.
This is the current position. Bishop takes D5. So
Oh,
hmm.
and exactly what you said as
At
well
least
about.
it's confusing for her opponent which way she should take. There's yeah, there's like four different ways to capture. So that makes it kind of confusing, I guess, but yeah, okay, so you gotta move. Oh, that was the other game. How would you capture here?
In Alex's game,
Yeah.
I think I think the opponent will take with a knight because I remember we were talking about all the ways. Uh, there's some tactics and crazy things that could happen in the position of knight takes, and I think that's what will remain because of course you can't push e6. It just looks dangerous.
It does look very dangerous. And knight takes
E6
just
is the
like
new
the
f6. Hmm.
most human. If E6,
Then maybe even
I
I'm
think
not
maybe
sure.
even this might be very strong actually. Knight takes, queen takes, and then E5.
Ah,
Yeah,
ah, and
there's
there's
like
no way to defend c5. That's
yeah,
crazy.
there's no you're losing the knight
Mm. You'd have to
knight
take on g6 maybe, and after
yeah, then this is
takes
big
move like this,
yeah.
but it's not comfortable. Oh, yeah. No, I didn't see that. Okay, let's go back.
Yeah, yeah, it's a tough position. I think
Mhm.
here you just gotta take on G6 and pray. Or maybe you can start with knight C6 actually. Yeah, something like this, and just maybe your move e6 now, actually. And maybe you can try to use this g6 pawn as a shield, um, to block the king. But it's yeah, it's not
Temporarily, but
not
then you
great.
have this pawn chain that you have to worry about for the rest of
Yeah,
your
yeah,
life.
yeah, yeah. That is. I mean, we have to hope
Mm,
for kind of
of
uh
course.
blunder here or something. Um,
But we've seen both of their prowesses over the chessboard online, and we know for a fact that I mean, in South Africa we call them swindlers. You can swindle your way out of anything, so it's possible. And
yeah, yeah. I mean,
to
I've seen much worse swindles than it, but it looks to me like white took with its queen on d5. So that's interesting. Let's look at that.
okay, let's go back and check. Besides,
Queen takes d5.
to if I didn't
I
have
think
an evaluation bar, I wouldn't be able to tell that this is much better for white. I'd feel a little uncomfortable as black, but it's not
yeah,
over.
that's good. That's good to hear. So queen f7 is on the agenda here, and yeah, you can't take on g6 here. Do you see the knockout blow here for white?
The mate in two with like bishop h5 and queen f7.
Yes, yes, that's
Okay.
it's a cold shower. So I mean, maybe queen g8 is what I would play. Just try to go to the end game, and I agree with you. It's not. It looks bad, but it's not like you're not dead yet, and your king is not getting mated. So it's impossible
Mhm.
to try to hold a bit.
That's true. And back in Andrea's game, her opponent has 15 seconds left on the clock. And she just played, oh, two moves were made, in
Yeah,
fact.
let's go to the
So queen
brighter position.
g7,
Before, knight f1, queen g7. I really like what
91.
Andrea is doing here. The bishop is so strong on d4.
I
King
think this
h8
idea you
here.
had just
Yeah, I
seems
really like
normal.
that. And also, I mean, now the a4 pawn is never a target, so you can always like put the knight on d3, d3 too.
That looks so strong. That's just domination right
But
there.
I really liked your king h8, rook g8 too. It's just
Oh, this one was your idea. I'm not
not
going to take any
long.
credit, of course.
Um, yeah, so it's just very hard for white to like maybe let's say 93, rook g8. And it's hard to suggest anything for white. Like 93 is coming, rook e8 is coming. Eventually, black will, I think, sacrifice on f4 and break through, get some moves in.
So Chad is asking if you stream.
Um, I was streaming a bit on my channel in 2020, but it was like during COVID. So I do have a own channel on Twitch, but I haven't been streaming there in ages. I was mostly streaming for chess brass. That's where I've been mostly. Like I went to Toronto in as I said, in like March, April. I was there and streaming, and I was also there in December. So
Mhm.
been streaming quite a bit for them, but
Would you ever
uh,
get back to streaming on your own?
yeah, it might be. I've been thinking about that. Like now I'm not playing as much as I was before, so yeah, it could be interesting
Mhm.
to take it up. How much are you streaming, by the way?
I took a bit of a break. Well, I suppose a very it would be a bad way to say. I didn't really take much of a break, but like I stream maybe once or twice a week, which is a lot less than I used to. I used to stream full time. Then I got busy with some projects and coaching and that sort of thing. And then I had the big event in Johannesburg, which was the African Youth Chess Championship, and we were streaming all the rounds, and they were live. We had some interviews. It was a lot of fun. And yeah, since I'm back, I really want to get back to streaming a bit more. So that is the plan. And especially with the traveling, I think I'm going to take after what Alex and Andrea are doing and stream my games while I'm away as well. So it'll be good.
That seems to be very, very popular and fun to watch for people. And I've certainly
Yeah.
been enjoying the live streams, just getting to see the OTB grind. It's a lot of fun.
It's nice to keep up with their journey because I'm always wondering what the other streamers are up to if they're playing. It's always nice to see them play, and you get to learn a thing or two. Like you're looking at the openings, or you get a bit confused when it comes to some certain line. And for me, this is my prep. If I don't have time to prepare on my own and I'm watching content, this is the kind of thing I'd watch. So
You prefer to play
that's
more
good.
or stream?
Ooh, now you're asking the tough questions. I love playing first and foremost. That's the thing. You get to play some online chess on stream and sometimes even IRL. You get to take your camera and just record some casual playing in a cafe or out and about. So it's fun either way, but I think I'm a chess player first and foremost than a streamer. What about you? Now that you've had the taste of both?
Um, I mean, it's playing is so much pressure, but I would say that I feel better about my self-image playing, but it's more comfortable to stream.
More
Uh,
comfortable to stream,
I
less
mean, like
pressure.
it's more like you don't get anxiety and like being super stressed. Like playing classical chess can be very tough, you know. It's super important and care a lot about results and so much stress during a tournament. But let's say streaming, it's not the pressure to the same degree. You're sort of like interacting with chat and enjoying the experience more.
Hmm.
Um, but like uh, I think with what you're doing, like combining it is very nice. So you get to get both. But like I would probably not like to just do like let's say if I would just stream and not play, that would not be for me.
You'd
But play
get
a bit
bored
less.
easily.
Sorry?
Hmm. You'd get bored easily. You'd also crave playing more.
Yeah, exactly. You sort of want to be part of the, especially like when you're sometimes doing commentary, you feel like you wanna play, but it's uh it's nice to have a bit of both actually. Let's look at what happened here in Andrea's game. So she got the bishop
Yeah,
to
sorry,
D.
I'm just keeping up with the moves here. Yeah.
Oh, no worries. Um,
So there wasn't any king h8, in fact. If we go back just one move.
Knight
So there was
B3 was
the,
quite nice. Oh yeah, this is the position we have right now. So the rook got actually
um,
trapped on B4.
I don't think so. I don't think it was the position we got. One
Is it not the
second.
position?
No, it's the one we had with knight b3. Just want to find that one quickly here. So it was exactly the same thing we were looking at. Um, but if we were to go ahead, there was this bishop c5, queen
Let me try to
d1.
look at the board.
My bad. H5 and h4.
Fine.
So this is what happened. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is the position.
Yeah, so I
H4.
did promote the variation. Yeah.
Yeah, the rook is trapped. The rook is trapped on B4. White is trying to set up some kind of fortress here with an knight on E3 and keeping it locked. But yeah, I think black has several ways here. Actually, Queen A1 looks like a good move, just going after this pawn because that's sort of the only pawn that keeps the rook together. And like if you get the A3 pawn, then the rook is completely like if you win the rook without giving up the bishop, that would be the ideal scenario, no?
Mm-hmm. That's true. You'd want to win the exchange, but it's such a strong bishop.
Yeah, once you win the a3 pawn, you're also like you can try to queen your a pawn. So queen a1 looks very good to me. Let's say if
It also
queen e2,
feels a little counterintuitive because now you're pushing your queen to the other side of the board when you thought sort of your attack is on the king side.
that is true, but I just
Queen.
feel like white is just passing here. Like they don't really have any moves. Like, yeah, this might feel a bit unnecessary, but I mean, once you pick up this rook, you're picking up a full rook, so then it's
Mm,
time to resign for whites.
that is true. Oh, king h7 was the last move that was played. So after h4, king h7.
King h7.
And probably with the
I mean,
same
I guess
plan you were
he
speaking
wants
about.
rook
Yeah.
g8, double on the g file. The thing is that black has all the time in the world here. They can move around for 20 moves and then do something, or they can move with the king for 20 moves and then do something. White doesn't have a plan. That's like, this is really the most pleasant situation you can be in.
That is true. And then knight to b2. I am going to run off to the restroom real quick,
Yeah.
and then I'll leave you with chat, and I'll be right back.
I'll try to not mess up anything. Yeah, let's go back to Alex's game. So knight b2 is played here after king h7, but doesn't really change much. Like, white wants to go after this pawn. Yeah, there's so many tempting moves here. Probably I would go rook g8 here if I was black, but also like a move like queen d4 is also very tempting, just attacking the knight. Doesn't I mean, the knight doesn't have a lot of squares to go to. You don't really want to go here, and you allow queen g1. And if you go here, the queen is just so centralized. You can finally pick up the b4 rook if you want. The reason I didn't want to take the rook before is like it's not really going anywhere. It's just trapped on b4 and standing there on a bad square. But let's see if Alex is making a comeback. So queen g8 was played, bishop h5, knight c6, and this is the position we have on the board. I would say the situation has improved from a practical standpoint. At least like black is not getting mated, and if they trade queens, well, black is a pawn down, but maybe they can try to play a4. Let's say a position like this. Maybe black can try to play a4 and get some counterplay on the a file. Yeah, this could have been worse. I'm seeing like some hope here. See, how much time does the opponent have? Yes, 6 minutes. Yeah, by the way, we got some moves here. E5 was played. Queen g8, bishop h5, knight c6, e5. Take on f6, king takes f6. So we did get endgame, knight takes d5, king g7. Yeah, this is the current position. So the point of e5 was like if black takes it, then after f takes, white can try to play for rook f7. But this was maybe possible to take on e5 with a knight. Guess she was scared of knight rook f7 takes. Yeah, this is actually very dangerous for black because the king is very exposed once g takes f7 happens. Like if you go here, there is queen d4 check, and suddenly knight d5. Yes, I think Alex just felt good about getting the queens off as fast as possible, which makes sense. And this is the position. So Alex is a pawn down, but at least not getting mated. Can try to play maybe e6, get the knight away. Maybe white should play f5. Yeah, it's not a great position. Like black is objectively speaking lost, but I think there are some practical chances that white can go wrong, especially there's still many moves away from move 40 and white can get low on time. Maybe you can try to trick with the knights, 95, 94. The knights are tricky pieces. Yeah, so f5 is on the board. And Alex is thinking, I think she's gonna go rook f8. Just
I'm back.
getting the rook in the game. You're back?
I'm back.
So the
Did I miss the action?
queens have been traded off.
Ooh. How? Oh, is that a good thing? Are we happy with that?
I think that's a good thing from a practical standpoint, like not getting mated at least. And now it's an easier position to play for Alex than before.
Oh, I see. Okay. Also a good opportunity to win back a pawn or two. Just looking. I'll try and update Andrea's position as well. What is the last move that we saw? So we saw
The
h4,
last
king
move is
h7,
h4.
and then right, knight to b2, knight d4, rook f2, g8.
Oh, knight f1 is played.
That was the last move. So let me
Yeah,
quickly
knight f1
promote the
is nice. This
variation.
is just looking better and better for Andrea.
She's pressing quite well.
Yeah, king h7 is nice, rook g8, just all of the pieces are sort of ideally placed. Maybe black can consider like e3 here. That's the knockout
Ooh, the final
knockout
blow.
punch.
Right, because if queen takes, there's knight c2.
Yeah, if queen takes, knight c2 looks very good. But I don't know if you have anything better than that.
I was looking at queen g3, and when you said the queens are exchanged, I was like, on Andrea's board? No, but there was such a nice attack. And
Oh
then I
yeah, on
realized that you
Andrea's
meant,
board,
yeah.
that would be a disaster if the queens were traded. But here it's yeah, the black king is so safe and
Ooh, okay, I think Andrea just wanted to simplify. So she took the rook instead, decided to just go straight for the exchange instead. Yep, and then queen
yeah,
takes.
this has happened. But I think she has a very good point because she's gonna go e3 here. That's a good find by
Hmm.
the point here is that the rook is trapped. It doesn't have any square to go to, and if you take on e3, then the g3 pawn falls.
Mhm.
So actually very precise to take on b4. If a-b, then the a
Go,
pawn just
Andrea.
wins. And here, yeah, e3 is coming. It's on the board. E3 is on the board, and white has just 30 seconds. It's like a nightmare with time trouble, but it's a resignable position.
The bishop mare. It's updating Alex's board as well, because I think the moves are coming in so
Yeah,
fast.
he just resigned after e3. That was a modal game by Andrea.
Oh, okay, that's good. She found it. And I think it looked like her opponent timed out, but was it resignation? I didn't see the
It
board.
was I think
It
it
was
was
a
resignation
resignation.
actually. No, he lost his
Lovely.
game.
I think. Okay, he either lost on time or he resigned and the game is over. They're busy signing score
Yeah,
sheets.
there's
She
like no
looks
moves for white
happy.
in the final position. You have to give away some very big material.
And she's keeping composure. I know on the inside she's smiling hugely. She's like, finally, not losing against a kid. And it's
Oh
a
yeah, yeah.
really
He played knight
good
takes
win for her
e3,
as
but
well.
lost on time at the same time. So
Oh, I see.
it
Okay.
was apparently not in time to make the move.
He was playing on seconds. It makes sense. But either way, very convincing when with the
Yeah, there
king's
was
Indian
never
defense.
any doubt there. It was a very sort of like clean game. Once black won the dark squared bishop. I would say once white took on b6,
Mhm.
black
And
had
chat's
some sort of
calling
like
her the
positional
kid
positional
slayer.
dominance. Sorry?
No, chat is calling her the kid slayer. A little bit hectic, but I'll take it.
Yeah, I mean that's like the perfect way to beat a kid, like just positional masterpiece.
Oh, perhaps the KID slayer. That would be quite cool to say because King's Indian and kid smart. Nice wordplay, chat. You have a lot of time on your hands. We have an updated position as well. There's e6. So finally an e6 after chatting about e6 for ages and ages. There's e6 on the board. I actually think that this is comeback fromable. Have you ever heard that word before, Arian?
Comebackable, is that what you said?
Comeback fromable.
I've never heard that word. Comeback fromable.
Yeah,
It's
because it's you can come back from it. And because you can come back from a bad position, it becomes comeback
I
fromable.
mean, I like the sound of it, and I mean it's it makes sense here because White didn't play f5, and she has e6 on the board, right? So she's completely getting her pieces in the right squares.
Yep.
Things are really going the
Knight
right
c7.
here. Knight c7 on the board. What happens to rook e7, knight b5?
This
That's
is what
a
happened.
good
Yeah.
maneuver. That's a good maneuver by White, but I think Black can try to hold things together after rook d8.
So moves are coming in quite quickly,
Maybe
and
even
that's
d5.
because Alexandra's on 6 minutes and the opponent's on 3 minutes. So I think it's going to be the fastest and most accurate player here who comes out on top, despite White's slight advantage. Like I said earlier, it didn't look like a clear win for White. It was impossible. You would need like a good 30 minutes on your clock to try and figure it out, at least at at my level. I would need a lot of time to see how to proceed.
Yeah, so he has 3 minutes 57 seconds. He looks a bit like more focused and leaned in now than before. But I think anything can happen here.
I'm
Like
also looking
before, I
at
was
his body
afraid of.
language. Oh, they have some spectators. That's quite cool. So I'm looking at his body language. He's shifting quite often as well. Like every 10 seconds, he's shifting his body. I feel like he's a little uncomfortable there. He's like, I had a really nice position, but now I'm not so sure.
Yeah, he's moving the. Is he touching the king?
What he played? What did he play?
Playing with that. Yeah, he looks more tense for sure.
It's his move.
Rook d8.
Andrea
So
played rook
what is
d8.
he? Yeah, Alex played rook d8. I guess he's gonna play like rook d1
Sorry,
here, just
Alex.
to
Yes.
bring all the pieces. But Black can play d5, and this is. It's not the end of the world. You can like try to get the g6 pawn. Potentially, you have a passed pawn. If White plays precisely, it's bad. But I think the trend is in Alexandra's favor.
The accuracy trend.
Yeah,
Do you drink a lot of coffee when you play?
I do. I love coffee. I drink 3-4 cups a day. Um,
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I'm more a coffee guy than a tea guy.
Mhm.
What about you?
Coffee all the way. But usually if I'm trying to just look after my voice, then tea. Because we
Black
have
coffee
a
or
I like milk in my coffee. I'm not one of the people who are dead on the inside. I mean, I am dead on the inside, but not one of those.
Mhm.
Um, and then obviously when it comes to tea, in South Africa we have rooibos tea. Rooibos tea is just the best tea ever. So
Wait, what
that's
kind
the
of
way
tea
to
do you
go.
say?
A rooibos. So it's
Oh.
Rooibos, which translates from Afrikaans. No one ever translates it, but it's translated red bush tea. So
Mhm.
rooi, red, bush, bos. Yeah. Trying to see the
And,
updated position. I think it's this. Are you saying white should play rook d1 here?
I think that's what he's gonna play because it's a logical move, just
Mm.
improving the rook's position. I don't know, like I'm hoping that he plays a move like f5 because that would be a blunder. F3 takes f5.
Oh, I see. And then you get that the point. Okay, I see.
Yeah, because you're sort of attacking the rook once you take on f5.
Mhm. So he has a
So
minute and 45 seconds.
he has made a move though. He didn't play rook d1, he played rook e3.
Ooh, rookie three.
No, sorry, he played rook e1.
Oh, he doubled the rooks, right, to put
He doubled the
pressure.
rook, which
Hmm.
is
Maybe it's the
which is
time
logical, but
situation
it
now.
does allow d5 here. It does allow d5, and after c takes d5, rook takes d5.
Now you're attacking the bishop
You're
and
attacking the
inadvertently the
bishop, and
knight.
if the bishop moves, the g6 pawn can be weak. So
Uh-huh. And you don't really want to block in your bishop either with g4.
yeah, g4. I think you can go knight h3 here and start attacking stuff. So d5 is a great opportunity for Alex. I hope she plays d5 because she's been like passive the whole game. Her pieces have been pretty passive. So if she gets in d5, she's suddenly feeling more active, and the pieces can start to rock.
Hmm. She did make a move. I'm trying to see what move that was. I think it was king f6. So just trying to activate the king a little bit. So in that position that we saw before d5, if we can go back a couple moves over here,
Oh, we
king
have
f6.
uh we have John in the chat. How are you doing? It's good to see him. Yeah, she played d5,
Not d5, but king f6.
king
The king
f6,
f6, and then the move that the opponent played was bishop to f3.
bishop
But I think we
f3. I feel
are
like white is
maybe.
panicking a bit. But
I'm
I
trying
guess
to
the
see.
idea is after king takes that he wants to take and go knight d4 to hit
Mhm.
both pawns.
Ooh, I think she didn't take. She played something else. I'm trying to see what move it was though. I think it was knight b5. But knight b4. I mean, so knight b4.
Knight b4 is a great move. I really like knight b4. It's very sneaky setting up the. I mean, this can
Mm,
really turn around now. I feel like this is like very tricky with low time.
and then rook
Opponent is
here.
very stressed. Look at the camera. Opponent is
He's fidgeting a lot. I'm busy like side eyeing the camera, trying to keep up.
he
Because
did
of
play well
course we're
played rook
going
e2.
to
Rook e2 was played.
rook e2. Yes.
Mhm. Can you take on g6 now?
I'm worried. What am I worried about? And I'm worried about a lot of things, but yeah. Isn't there something like, I don't know, f5? No, there shouldn't be.
Yeah, I mean
Like knight d.
f5, I think you can get away with taking, but
Yeah. So knight d4?
knight d4, you're king f6. Yeah, I don't see the knockout for white, and that's a good thing. Uh,
Chat says Alex needs one more blunder from her opponent. In Alex we trust. Oh,
She
king
did take
takes
on D6.
g6. Yes.
But this was
If
not. Oh
Stockfish
yeah, yeah,
25
that's what we were
approves,
looking at. That's what we were looking at. She played
then so do we. And quickly a3 by the opponent. And at the moment we are on move. I'll tell you in a
A3.
moment.
Can you go? Oh,
35.
A3 is actually.
So players need 5 more moves to reach time control. And that means additional 30 minutes on the clock. I think that's what the opponent is gunning for since he is
A3 is a
down.
very good move because now if you go knight d3, white's idea is that they will take on d3, knight takes d3, bishop e4 check, winning material here.
Oh, so you have to come back to c6.
And if you come back to c6, I think white's idea is takes, knight d4, hitting both pawns here. F5 also coming. So that's annoying. I think maybe you should go king knight a6 here. So only
Okay.
square available. And after knight d4, then go king f6 and try to protect the pawn and keeps things together.
Material is equal.
Yeah, I think it's pretty important to go knight a6 here.
Oof, that is not easy to see.
Does
Knight
go knight
a6. Yes, she plays knight a6. Beautiful. So everything Stockfish 25 says, and Alex does on this is good. Clap. Big clap.
couple moves left.
All the best moves. We have to commend her. It's her time to shine. I actually wonder who's on the Canadian women's team this year.
Nemo is not playing, right?
I'm not sure. It would be awesome if she was,
Yeah, I
because I
think
know
she's
that
not
she's really
playing
strong.
competitively these days. So, what was played?
I tried looking. Yeah, 94 seemed to have been played.
94 was played before. Oh, you're right. 94 king f6 is. She hasn't played king f6 yet, but she does play it
No,
now.
there we go. So you say the plan is to double up the rooks on the e file to protect the pawn.
Exactly. It's
And
all about protecting that e6 pawn. And if you do, you should be fine-ish.
ish for now.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are playing quite fast right now just because they're playing on minutes. And then I think in about 3 moves, they can slow down a little bit if they want to. The fiddling is making you nervous, as one person in chat. And
The bishop
in all
moving?
honesty, well, if I see my opponent starting to fidget with pieces when they haven't been doing it the whole game, I'm going to have a little smile on my face because it means that I have maybe slightly more composure than they do. And
Can you
every
explain?
time they look
King
more
d2
nervous.
plays? King d2 is like a typical move you make when you're nervous.
Uh-huh. Do you also swivel the pawns around?
A bit, for sure. Feel like we all do it to
King
some degree.
G2.
King g2 and now maybe knights. Okay, knight c7 is not a. Maybe e5 is something to consider.
Mhm.
Trying to get active.
I was looking at e5 as well, just because now pretty much all your heavy pieces are sitting on dark squares, including pawns, maybe minus these two. And that's going to render the light squared bishop maybe a little inactive. It's like a good bishop, but it's not doing much, so it's kind of bad.
Yeah, it's all about. Oh, was rook g8 blunder or?
No, I don't think rook
I
g8 was
think she
played.
played
Oh,
rook
rook
g8, and
g8.
I was looking at knight takes e6 here. Takes, take.
Ah, oh, I did not see that. But now you can come back with the knight, maybe. Pick up a pawn. Can you?
Yeah, I think this is fine for black, like
Because
because
then you have at the end.
you sort of get a nice square for your knight in the end, and it can
Mm-hmm.
be drawable.
Oh, you didn't play. You played knight c2. That was a nice line, though. I didn't see the.
Yeah, I
There was
mean,
a skewer.
especially in time trouble, I guess you want to play it safe. Knight c2 is a bit weird though. The knight was very fantastic on d4. I don't know why you would move that to c2. It's a strange move.
Maybe in anticipation for e5. Just want to be a
Yeah,
little
it's
prophylactic on that
it's very
front.
passive. Like now, I guess
Hmm.
black has a rook g8. Sorry, go to attack g3.
And e5, is that still on the table?
E5 is still on the agenda. I mean, you could sort of consider something like this too, but I mean, I guess again, this is an annoying line here where
Yeah.
white picks up the rook in the end.
These Polish 1700s are not to be messed with. Sounds a lot like the underrated South Africans that we have. You play any open tournament, you best believe there will be at least one kid or someone who just doesn't play a lot,
Are the South
sits on
Africans
their rating.
pretty underrated?
Lots of underrated
Oh,
kids
I didn't know that
and even
actually.
coaches.
Okay,
Yeah.
I shouldn't go there then.
It shouldn't discourage you. It's a beautiful country. Just
Yeah, I
if you
don't like
come,
go there
then
and
you
play
can't
chess.
play chess. You can just
Yeah.
give some training and symbols and things.
Mm. So I guess they play like more online and they don't play so much OTB feed events, and that's why they're underrated, or?
Yeah, unfortunately, in some of the cities, we don't have as many rated tournaments. And when we do, it's at very inopportune moments, or maybe they've squeezed a FIDE rated tournament into a weekend where players are forced to play 3 games in one day, which I think is quite the norm in the US. But if you're someone who likes to reserve or preserve their energy, rather, then you sort of want to space out your games. But we're having the
Three
South
games in
African
days,
champ.
so that's pretty crazy.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think I've once done that in my childhood, but like usually two is crazy enough.
yeah, 2 is the limit. It has to
I thought
be.
actually Beta changed it at some point. I thought it was like not allowed with 3 games, but I think they changed it back.
I don't know too much about the rules, but when an organizer
Alex
can do
played
it,
E5.
they do it. Oh, there's E5. That's good though. But then I was wondering, Arian, is there B4 at some stage? Can White play B4 or not?
Yeah, B4 is a serious question for sure. So what I was thinking after B4 is black can take and be sneaky here with 96,
Mm-hmm.
setting up some devilish tricks.
Mm-hmm. That
Knight,
is really nice.
like say a line like this would be the dream scenario. But
Pick
what
up
I
the
don't like is
exchange.
that white is gonna get more. I mean, they're getting more time after white's next move.
I'm guessing.
They get
Ah,
30 minutes,
bishop
right?
to D5 was played. So bishop D5.
Bishop to D5. I mean, that's okay. I guess you can go rook E8 here.
And White just reached 40 moves.
Did he get
And I
up?
think, and rook GE8. So both of them reach 40 moves. So he's not getting up, but he's definitely getting comfortable. He's like, it's okay. You know, my time's ticking down. I have 30 seconds, it looks like, but it's actually 30 minutes. And
Yeah, now he's leaned back
trying
and
trying to read his body language.
one more move for Alex. Sorry?
No, I think both of them have reached time control, I think, as far as I'm aware. Because now when his time lapses, it'll both switch to 30 minutes. So in like a couple seconds, you'll see.
But I still think the trend is
There we go.
really in Alex's favor. I mean, I would say like 10, 15 moves ago, it looked like black was getting mated, and now it's an endgame where black can totally fight on. Like black is much worse here because white has the bishop and a better structure. Potentially the e-pawn is weak, but black is sort of keeping things together. The rooks are protecting,
Hello.
and it's not easy for white to break it through. I hope the a6
Oh my
knight.
gosh, I'm wondering. I'm so sorry to
Wait.
stop you, Arian. No, I'm like, there's a voice in my head. I don't know what is going on.
Arian
And then I was
just
like,
full
wait, this voice.
stonewalled me for like a
No,
whole paragraph.
I'm
What
so
happened?
sorry. And then the
Okay,
voice
so
just
it's
became
very
louder
funny.
and
Like,
louder.
I got PTSD to my childhood growing up when my parents wouldn't acknowledge me. I don't know. He just kept going. I
Wait,
don't know what
I
happened.
really didn't hear your voice though. Sorry, I didn't know you.
Hello.
Maybe
I was
I'm
waiting.
Hi.
sorry,
I'll
Andrea.
wait.
Great game
No
today.
worries.
Congrats. You played really well.
Congratulations.
Is Vila producing here or who's
think so.
producing?
I
Okay,
feel
I'll
really
That's
bad
Vila.
now. I couldn't hear you. Sorry.
No, it's fine. You know, I roll the kids and I come. Okay, there he is. Hi, Dad. Wait. Oh wow, Alex
How's
qualified for
the
the Olympiad team. Damn,
really? Wow.
Dad just sent it in the chat. Well, that's good news.
That's
At least
impressive.
I'll tell her that. Hi guys. Vila, what is this layout? Are you gonna okay, I guess it's fine. I was trying to wait for they just got the 30 minutes. Yeah. A
So it
Botez
might
is
be
on
a
the
while. Tell
yes, we
us,
don't
how
know.
is the PTSD, Andrea?
Well, you know, at first I thought kids were my greatest fear. Also, Vila, can you please make me a little bigger? Like, you know, maybe put me in the corner and maybe crop out the walls, you know. I have a video, but I'm gonna wait for Vila to fix the layout 1 second. Um, After my game, so you
Yeah,
know,
great time.
we take photos, and the usual meeting fans are usually really nice. Then there was this literally drunk man. It's 7 p.m. He smells straight up like tequila, and he comes in with a full blasting speaker playing Ed Sheeran so loud when the tournament doors open. And first I'm like, hey, I just finished my chess match, and he wouldn't stop. And and so he's blasting and serenading me while I can smell the tequila. And then I think like, okay, he'll stop after like 30 seconds, but the man just kept going. And he just
I think you have to move the camera a little bit more. Can you move it more to the center?
Yeah, I don't see the stream. Okay, let me show you. You guys see like this? You guys see this?
Yes, that would be better.
So this was what happened. And at first it was really funny, but then after like 2 minutes, it was not. But the funniest part is that he comes full blasting Ed Sheeran and the tournament door just wide open. And it took him a second to process, but I have to say I respect it. I respect
So
it.
apparently one of the things you have to do, according to chat, is in order to state your dominance, while he's singing and dancing, just stick your finger in his mouth and he'll stop.
No, I think he'd like that. I don't think that is how women assert dominance in these days.
Was he Polish?
I have no idea. I'm assuming.
Very fun.
Okay.
But yeah.
Did that
made an impression.
Did that give you the energy to play such a good game today?
Yeah, honestly, today, I mean, I'm curious. I was definitely rushing. I wasn't feeling too good. I was feeling really sick. So I was just playing quickly, but it worked. Honestly, flagging kids feels great, and it's nice to not be the one getting flagged by kids. And I don't know if my chess was A tier, but whatever's happening is working. So
I think it was S tier according to Stockfish 25.
All your moves made a lot of sense. Bishop d7, knight b6, rook e8. Yeah,
oh,
I mean,
yeah, I guess was F5
really
too
like
premature?
it was a really clean game.
Was F5 too early?
No, F5 was at the right moment, and we really liked knight b6 too.
Yeah, that was my prep. That was my prep. Yeah.
So otherwise, if you go f5 with a knight on f3, then there's knight g5. But with a knight on d2, f5 is great.
Yeah, that's exactly what yeah, no, I'm really happy because my opponent had no games. So all my opponents so far have played e4, but I had a feeling I was like, I should review all my King's Indian lines. So I reviewed every single line, which was a lot. And that was like a new idea that my coach showed me, the knight g6, because usually like you expect knight e2 first. And then it's simple, you just go with the plan. But yeah, that was all prep, but it took me a minute to remember, but I got pretty lucky.
Well,
I
that's
think
really
once
good.
you took on b6, you were very comfortable because your dark squared bishop is potentially a monster, and that's also what
Yeah,
gives.
I was expecting f5 a lot earlier. I think he took, I mean, queen h5 was a mistake. But he definitely, oh, I see you're showing the board. I'm curious,
Yeah.
instead of queen h5, if he would have pushed. I think my move was gonna be, let me pull up the stream so I can see a bit bigger.
Yeah, f4 makes a lot of sense. Usually when you take an f5
How
with
are
white,
you?
you want to go f4 in these positions.
Okay, I can see now. Yeah, and then I think my move had to be, trying to remember what I was gonna play. Oh, okay, here was I supposed to push?
Yeah, e4 is a good move here.
Okay.
Just opening up.
Yeah,
Opening
okay,
up.
that was my plan. Yeah, I mean it's still roughly equal, but yeah, okay. He definitely kept overlooking this f4 move, and I realized like, okay, once he has a blind spot, it's too late to see. But okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, and then later, I think I really like that you didn't rush with anything like rook e8, knight c5, a4.
Oh yeah, I was trying so hard because I've learned my lesson so many times when I just throw a completely winning position by wanting to sack earlier. And there was a lot of ideas, and I was. It's always hard when I decide to play these more quiet moves because then I'm like, well, this is not exciting and anticlimactic because I'm just making these slow moves. But I mean, it worked really well, so I'm assuming that's how you win games. And that's why I should stop sacking pawns too early because it actually works when I wait.
Yeah, it's so you've learned to be patient. Did you consider not going knight c5 here and just going for mate and just don't care about the a4 pawn?
Yeah, my first plan. Okay, hold on. My screen is so small. I'm looking off this like. Okay, let me 1 second. Let me pull up the stream. Almost there. Okay. All right, now I can see. So my first plan was going queen d4, and then I realized once he takes the pawn, knight b3 is coming, and there's not enough counterplay. And then I don't know how else I could have went. And then I also like if you go back before queen d4, I was considering sacking on e3. F4 doesn't work because they take with tempo on d4. So I just didn't think there was like any really enough of attack. But I'm curious if there was. But
Yeah,
nothing really.
I think what you did made a lot of like knight c5.
Oh,
There's no rush. Like what I thought you could also do is like just go queen g6 and after knight takes a4, just go f4 and all your
so if you
pieces
guys want to
are
update,
so
do you guys
well
want to
placed.
update Alex's board? Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you, but I know chat is asking.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'll do that while you guys discuss the game. I'm just listening intently.
Thank you, Jesse. So queen g6 earlier. Yeah, I honestly didn't really see the queen g6 idea until a couple moves later.
Yeah, I mean
But
you
yeah, every
followed
time
later, so it was fine. In knight c5, rook b4. I mean you can do whatever you want here because white doesn't have a plan. All your pieces are so great. I think again you could consider to just go queen g6 and an f4 and just go
yeah,
for
yeah. Okay, I
go
mean
for the
defending makes sense. I don't think queen g6 earlier would have been better.
yeah.
How is Alex doing?
Yeah, but anyway, it was clean. We also thought maybe you could take on f3 here, but what you did was also good because like here rook comes to e8 and like white's king
Yeah,
is gonna be in a world of trouble. But with a
yeah,
knight
I
on
saw. I
five,
thought it wasn't
it's
as strong because it allows her to potentially activate her his knights.
yeah, it's fair. No, I mean no criticism. It was a very clean game. Yeah, let's look at Alex's game. But you're a king's in an expert now, so that's good to see.
How is Alex doing, guys? I
Yeah,
will
sorry for
feel
dono walling you there.
it's okay. I'm used to it. Also, is Vila producing or is One of
I
my
think,
lovely
yeah,
co-hosts.
Vila.
Vila, you know, you
Vila
can make
is.
my Zoom camera big so that you don't just zoom in on like 3 pixels, you know, Vila. But I know Vila's been working really hard from home. His sleep schedule is so bad. The poor man's probably like sleeping the entire day in LA, so it's okay. I'm gonna cut him some slack. But yeah, maybe a couple more pixels would be nice.
Couple more
Uh,
pixels.
so let's look at
I'm just trying to
Alex's
get to
game.
the Yeah, I'm just trying to get to the current position. I don't know if you have the link up as well, but this is
Yeah,
it.
it looks like we're very close. So F takes E5, D takes E5 is the last move.
Oh,
Sorry,
wait.
you
Did
went
he
back a little
is
bit.
it it's even. I thought Alex was worse. She's down a pawn, but the eval bar.
Wait, what
No, the
happened?
pawns
No,
pawns are
the knight didn't come back.
You unmute
she's worse, but
me.
the trend
It
trend
went
is in
here.
her favor. So B4, so B4 takes knight A4.
Yeah, and then bishop
La, la,
here.
la, 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 la. Am I
Uh,
muted?
yeah, you're good, you're good.
La 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 la
Yeah,
la
so
la.
this is the current position.
Okay. Sorry. I didn't know if I was still muted. Sorry. Sorry, I thought I was still muted. Go ahead.
You have so much energy for someone who just played a really long game.
I'm
Oh, teach
literally
me your
dying.
ways.
I don't know if this is actually though sometimes sleep deprivation results in incredible energy and incredible chess. So maybe it was one of those
Oh,
days.
sleep deprivation. I need to try it sometime.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah. Yeah, it's
that's the
really
code.
easy.
That's the code to play brilliant King's Indian games.
Oh,
Yes. Yes.
I'm
All right.
learning so
So
much.
so Alex is doing worse. She's in a slightly worse position.
The problem for Alex is the knights are pretty bad on the rim here, on A4 and A6, but at least she's not a pawn down anymore. Let's say
Ay, Vila, what's happening? I'm sorry.
maybe white can
Sorry.
play C5.
Oh man.
Knight
Yeah,
C9.
so okay. Vila doesn't care about studio mode. I'll feel really, really bad if Alex loses this game. But and I know we were having this long discussion for you guys who are following the lure. You know what? Yeah, I'm just the voice in the sky. It really doesn't matter. Um, but there was actually no good flights home from Poland regardless. So even if Alex didn't want to play, she couldn't go home. However, I would still feel really, really terrible if we all pep talked her, convinced her to play and lost. However, that is exactly what happened to me last time. So I hope, but you know what? At least we'll have good news to cheer her up that whatever happens, she did qualify for the Olympiad team. I'm not happy
I
about
was
it.
wondering what. Oh, I was wondering what the
Wow,
news was. It's
that's good.
Oh,
amazing.
what is this?
Congratulations.
Well, I mean, it's
It's
for my sister,
huge.
but she's not going to be. Oh, wait. What do you mean she didn't?
Wait,
What?
wait, you you're telling us
Wait.
that we know before
No,
she
no.
does.
Dad told me she did, but chat's telling me she didn't.
Uh,
Oh, shit. She did not. She was 6.
uh,
Oh, God. She was one spot too short. Wait,
okay.
are you sure? Is everyone, was Nemo on the list? Are you guys sure? Because if Nemo is on the list, yeah, okay. If someone decline, wait.
I
Oh
thought
no,
Nemo
Nemo.
is not
Oh, damn it.
playing
Okay,
competitive
Vila,
right
what
now.
is this gray box? What is this? Get me out of here. Let me free. And why are we covering the opponent? It's not his fault that he's
Trapped in a
winning.
box.
Okay, thank you, Vila. Well, okay, so then we don't have good news.
Never a dull
But if she's
moment.
number 6, she's gonna be the reserve, so she's gonna be there, right? Or
I think
I mean,
5.
nah, yeah, we've got chat. We're gonna need help, but okay, you know what? Yeah, I feel
But
like
there's so
ever since
much
Alex broke
happening.
her streak,
There's so much
everything
happening
went.
in Budapest at that time that there's like 100% chance that we'll need you there anyway, as in the chess
Budapest is like
community.
the one of the coolest cities in Europe. I went there recently. You guys gonna love it.
There's the
All
summit, chess
the
connects us,
buildings and the streets are really nice.
and the expo.
Very beautiful.
So okay, as the grandmasters here and the fellow titled players, what do you guys think are Alex's chances to save this game? And maybe based on her playstyle, would you say she's playing out of tilt today?
I think her position was much worse before. She's fighting very well. I would say the last hour she's been really trying to fight, traded queens, got the pawn back. Unfortunately, the opponent
Okay.
is playing better than his rating. Like he's playing much better than 1775. He hasn't been
That's the
blundering, like
issue
making
with
very
this section.
safe moves and improving the position uh slowly but surely. And I really hope she gets the knights back to the game. If Alex can activate the knights, I think she has good chances to save this game. Otherwise, I mean, it really looks like a 2-result game. I can't see Black winning this game, but she gets like some knight b6 in and manage to activate, would be great. I'm happy to see White's getting low on time.
Yeah,
Because
I hope the time works in her favor. Well, okay, as long as she's fighting, Chad, I really hope that she doesn't tilt in this game and throw, but okay, it's good to hear she's flighting. I love how all the players see look like they're having the time of their life. It's really hot and sweaty in that room, Chad. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh,
It's rough.
really? Oh
Yeah,
gosh.
it was rough. I literally thought I was having like a heat stroke today, and I brought my little cape, which is really funny. I was waiting for, okay, I didn't do it, but it has this wait. It has
You have
these
to show
devil
us.
ears. I can't see my screen, but I'm assuming chat.
Ah,
Oh
you
yeah.
wore this.
Yeah, I wanted to put it on, but I was playing a kid, so it didn't feel appropriate.
this
But
is
I
actually
wanted
your
to put it
opponents.
on.
It's
But this was gonna
You're
be like,
cosplayer.
this was gonna be, when I finally win, I was gonna put it on, but I didn't have the balls to do it. I didn't want to be that obnoxious.
We could see that you wanted to stay humble and that you were smiling on the inside like a winner. That's what we saw from the
was
camera.
good you need that to win.
Honestly, yeah, this kid wasn't as annoying as most kids, so I didn't really get that much pleasure beating him. Most of them are really annoying, but this was honestly a nice kid. Like I could tell the poor kid didn't get up from the board the entire time. Like he was so
Ooh.
focused. He clearly had prepared. He clearly has like a coach in a chess club, and I can tell because he prepared for my last game, expecting I'd play the same, which I didn't. And then he tried really hard. So honestly, I kind of felt bad. He was
So
a
he
kid,
was a
Chad.
nice kid and you played a nice kid.
Yeah.
Indian defense.
So we got a
Yeah.
move from Alex's opponent, rook a3. That's a very sneaky move because if she moves the knight to b6, her opponent maybe wants to take on b7
Oh,
and win a pawn
wait.
here. So
But there's a way to get the pawn back. No?
maybe you can try to be clever back. You can take on b4.
Ooh.
Knight takes b4, rook takes b7. So black has some tactics in store as well. So it's not so simple.
Yeah, and the time situation's still okay. It looks like, and Alex has 29 minutes and her opponent has 17 minutes. So
yeah, we
again,
really have to hope the opponent gets low on the clock because he seems to be made a lot of mistakes in the last time trouble at least. So here knight b6 is forced. There's no other square for the knight, and I think this is her opponent's idea. But she has knight takes b4, so it's not the end of the world at all.
Okay, chat. Yeah. I am off to dinner because it's a big day today. Also, I posted my first techno track with my own vocals, chat, and I'm gonna go edit the music video, which I don't know if you guys saw it, but I was literally posting it like 3 seconds before the match. But I love if you guys check it out. I'm gonna have to edit the music video for it. So that's the rest of my night and prep for tomorrow and get an early dinner, which is a good sign.
Congratulations on all the dubs.
Very deserved.
No,
yeah, congrats on the win and get some nice rest and keep up the good work tomorrow.
And the
Thank you. Well,
good
chat, I will join later for Alex's interview. Hopefully it's good. Thank you guys for the kind words about the song. I really appreciate it. It is out on Spotify. Feel free to roast it if you don't like it. I know it's hit or miss, but I appreciate any feedback, and we will be back later. Bye, Arian. Bye, Jesse.
Bye.
Bye. See you.
See you later.
This is awkward. I don't know how to disconnect.
Okay, you can do a dramatic exit.
It's really small. I can't really. Hang on.
Mic drop.
This goddamn ever since the pandemic, when Zooms went down, I swear. Okay, bye, chats. See you guys later.
Great energy.
Yeah.
It's making our energy look horrible, Arian. We have to match that.
If only we had that energy.
Yeah. Well, she's not that much younger than we are, so
No,
we
she
have
makes us
to.
feel pretty old now.
Ah,
Sorry,
that's
chat.
true. And that's without coffee. I wonder what it's like with coffee.
Also, after playing a
Honestly.
classical game, yeah.
After
No, but
play,
honestly, like if me
yeah,
and you would
I
play that
can't.
game, we would also be hyped up, no?
I think so. Maybe a win does that to a person, but yeah, I'm envious of the level of energy. Don't worry, one day I'll be at that level. Maybe I have to get into techno music in order for that to happen. But in all
Yeah,
honesty, congrats again, Andrea.
maybe techno music does miracles.
I think so.
Yeah,
We have to
so
turn.
Alexis played knight b6, and it seems like the opponent is a bit surprised because he was like counting on bishop takes b7, but probably now has spotted that knight takes b4 exists,
Mhm.
which is a counter tactic.
That's
Uh,
true. So
I
the last move,
I
just
think
to
Alex has a
tell
very good
chat
chance
quick.
to hold this now.
Right. Yeah, just to tell chat where we're at. This is the current position. There wasn't an exchange yet on b7. So I'm wondering though, if you were to play this, maybe he's sort of bluffing in a way. He's like, but do you really see knight b4? Are you really going to take it? So
Yeah,
he's
but the
thinking
thing is
about
that
it.
you're actually like forced to see knight takes b4, so you don't really have any options. Like this is just lost if white has these 2 pawns, it's just gonna roll them.
Mhm.
So I'm sure Alex will find knight takes b4 if this happens. I'm more worried about a move like knight e3 here.
93.
But maybe you
What would you
can.
play?
It's not so easy to see that. Like knight takes b4, and maybe you can go rook b2 here. Oh, sorry, rook f2 check looks strong. The problem here is that you don't really have a good square for your king. Like if you go here, there's knight f5,
And you
which
don't really want to go to a light square because of the bishop.
wins the exchange, right? And if you go to the light square, there's bishop
Mm,
e4,
yeah.
forcing you to g7. If you go here, there's rook f5.
Oof.
Um, yeah, you're kind of forced to go to g7, and knight f5 wins the exchange. But it's not easy to see knight e3. I mean, I don't think the opponent is necessarily going to see
Oh,
that
and you
because you
can't
have
actually take
to
that bishop. Hmm.
see the tactics here.
Do you give up the exchange then? Because you get a pawn, I guess, and white
Yeah,
only has two pawns left.
I think you have to go for something like this and then try to. This is very hard though. Like bishop
Oh,
e4
yeah.
comes and then rook b3 comes, and you're
Is there something else then?
after 93.
I'd like to call a friend. Yeah.
Yeah,
So after
exactly.
93,
Can you try maybe e4?
oh, giving e5. Mm,
Trying to go wild mode with the
great.
king.
Plus you win King of the Hill. Easy peasy. I'm assuming you don't play variants on chess.com.
I actually played Bug House recently. I do find that a lot of fun, but in general, not so. Do you play Bug House?
I love Bughouse. It's
Wait,
awesome.
I guess
Along
it's
with the
called doubles on chess.com, or?
no Bughouse on chess.com, but
Oh,
I
great news,
only
great news. So
learned.
opponent took on b7, not 93 was not played.
Okay, that's
So
good.
I think that's really good. Because now Alex is forced to find knight takes b4, and then I think she has very good chances to hold.
It takes b4, needs to be found. Keeping
The good thing
composure.
is that she's kind of forced to find it.
Hmm.
There's no other moves. Sorry, I interrupted you. What were you saying? Do you play doubles or?
Yes, so back in the day, they called it doubles. I only learned about the word Bughouse when I played it first on chess.com. I was like, what's Bughouse? And they're trying to explain the rules. And I was like, that's very similar to doubles or team chess. We called it team chess as well. So yeah, we had European rules where you could place a pawn on the seventh and all that jazz. But they also have the World Bughouse Chess Championship on chess.com. Pride myself in in playing that as
Yeah,
well.
I've seen that, and I used to play as a kid in Norway a lot. Was very popular here. We had like a sport high school in Norway where we used to play a lot of bughouse. Magnus went there, Hammer went there. It was very popular to play bughouse there.
Oh, nice. But there were
And
some other team tournaments in Norway recently. I saw Solveig was posting about it. I can't remember. Well, you know Rookie Redhead?
oh yeah, I
I'm
know.
assuming.
She's
Yes. Yeah.
recently into chess. Uh,
Mm.
seems
Amazing person.
yeah. I don't know her personally, but I see her stuff online. She seems
Mhm.
to really enjoy the game.
All right.
Six
So we're
B7.
waiting now. Time situation 27 minutes for Alex and 12 minutes for the opponent. I think the opponent just burns through time, not realizing how quickly um, that can implicate him. So because
Yeah,
later on
we got
he
the move knight takes
realizes,
b4.
oh, it happened.
Alex won
That's
it.
good.
Yeah, and opponent immediately blitzed out knight takes b4. Rook takes b7. It's kind of fizzling out here. There's like both have two rooks and a knight each and two pawns
Mhm.
going towards drawish territory, I would say.
That is good news, given how this game has been going.
Definitely. I mean,
However,
saving this game is a really good achievement, I think. Like considering like before it was looking really bad for black.
did you see the board next to them though? The player is making moves standing up. Has that ever happened to you?
Yeah, I was gonna ask about that. Like, what is up with him? That's pretty disrespectful. I mean, I think it's considered to be pretty disrespectful at least.
Hmm. That's
Uh,
probably his way of stating his dominance. Or perhaps he's just so excited that he's like, I can't sit down. I must make a move standing up.
I remember in 2013 I played a Grandmaster from Lithuania and he took a piece. I was walking and he took a piece and then I was gonna take back and I took back while I was standing and he sort of like was really not happy about that. He told me like if I'm playing a
Oh,
sim, uh,
he told you during the game?
yeah, he's like, what are you doing? Are you playing a simul? And yeah, so I really had to hear had to
And
hear that.
humbled you. Yeah,
Sorry?
I'm sure. No, I'm sure it humbled you. And you're like, oh, no, I didn't see it that way, you know?
Yeah,
Um,
I mean, I sort of didn't really think about it, but he found it very insulting.
I would have totally just hit the clock
But
and gone to the
if you
next
do it
board.
all the time, if you do it all the time, it's a bit weird. But if you like do it like
Yeah,
once or twice, I think it's okay.
yeah. Or on your way to sitting down, it's okay to make a move because
Yeah,
you.
that's what I did. I was on my way to sitting down,
Oh, I see.
but I think I was better, and like he was just mad or something. C5 on the board.
It is. Okay. Suppose we still have to worry about passed pawns.
Knight
What
C4
would
makes
be. Uh-huh.
a lot of sense, I think. Like that's the move you wanna make. Just go active here. And then Rook A6.
King F5.
Yeah, King F5. I'm just like a bit afraid of ending up in a mating net here after Knight D5. But this going, but it's probably
Oh, I
fine.
see.
Maybe we can go E4 here. You have the E5 square.
We
What you
don't
don't
really
want
want to
to
give
do
up.
here is Rook E6. Then White has
Hmm.
Rook 2 check. And if you're gonna
Ouch.
hold on to the Rook, you have to go King E7. Then Knight D5
Oof.
comes. King
That's a
D7.
good demonstration as well,
Yeah, Rook F7.
because now there's
Just gonna
that.
plug in
Mm,
the computer is like to charge my computer. Wait a sec.
sure. Yeah, I'm trying to see where the king could go. Because if the king goes to c8, for instance, then there's actually mate in 3. because if you try to pick up a rook, it's not going to work out. You take this rook, you lose this rook. So check, and assuming there's a checkmate. Right, there's just checkmate here. Right. Oh, that would not be fun, like at all. Going back, I just want to see the current position. I think this is the current position. So rook a6 is played. But deciding where to put the king is not going to be easy. You probably want to protect the pawn. Then maybe going king g7 might be the best. Because that way you're not running into any checks on the rank. You're also protecting h6. And there's no threat on the f-file. And you're also far enough from the knight that you're not falling into any forks. Because rooks and kings, yeah. Reading chat at the moment, did Andrea say, I don't know about the strategy. I'm not so sure. Though I'm pretty sure the dancing and the singing that she received after the game must have been quite lovely.
So rook a6 on the board. Now Alex has to make a choice where to go with the king.
Sorry, I had played king g7 because I was like, where are there no checks or the mating net that you spoke about, and you also want to protect h6.
Yeah,
King
makes sense.
King g5 was played instead. So going forward, and as my coach always said, forwards ever, backwards never.
Yeah, no, king g5. I mean, if you're not getting mated, it's the right way to go. So the big issue here is the c5 pawn. If you can control that, then you're fine. But knight d5 and c6 is on the way. I really wanted to go like rook b5 here to try to win the pawn, but then you have knight c7, so that's pretty annoying.
Oh, I see. At what point would you be able to comfortably say it's fine if I, give up the exchange, if I win a pawn maybe, but you probably need to make sure that the pawn that you capture is the last pawn on the board.
Exactly. I think
Others.
when white keeps the g3 pawn alive, it's always going to be most probably lost. 95 is played. So opponent has like 11 minutes and Alex has 26 minutes. So it's still like a good time advantage, but the opponent is speeding up.
So question, what about rook b2 now?
Rook b2.
Would it
Yeah,
be
I
good to
think
trade?
unfortunately the endgame here is lost once white gets pawn to c7. It's just like too close to promotion with this coming. So
Your knight's a little bit far away. So maybe you
I think
just
maybe
want to
rook
put pressure.
d8 you can try.
d8.
Still c6.
Now it's not so easy after c7.
Yeah, there's
Maybe
all
you could
kinds
take
of
the knight
forks, which is
anyway.
very annoying because now you have suddenly knight 7 and then you're hitting
Oh,
b5.
oh, there's that too. I did
Question,
not
can you
see that.
stand behind your opponents? I mean, you technically, yeah, you can stand behind your opponent, but it's just a lot of people find it a bit annoying. Like if you stand like very close to him, I think it's annoying, but if you stand a bit further, it should be okay. Do you like to stand behind your opponent?
That's the thing. I don't like to do things that I don't want other people to do to me. So if
Exactly.
I
So I don't like
wouldn't,
to do it too. But if my
yeah.
opponent does it first, then I do it back, you know?
Oh, that's very cheeky. So wait, if they stand like super close to you, standing behind you, you're going to do the same thing to them? So instead of telling them to back off a little bit or please give me some
No, but
space,
you're
you're going to
not
be
really
like,
allowed to tell them to back off because they're not breaking any rules, you know?
uh, I think within reason it should. Like you tell the
I mean, like
arbiter
if they're
and
standing like super close to you, or but like if you just want to see how things look from your angle, that's fine. I don't think there's nothing you can really say there, but you can do the
okay.
same thing.
So chat, it's known now that if Arian could speak during his game, he'd be like standing behind his opponent, be like, how do you like it now? I'm doing it to you. So just watch out. Never
I mean, I
play a
guess it's
chess
more
game
annoying
against.
if you don't like your position.
Oh, true. If you like your position, it doesn't matter where they're standing. Okay, fair enough. Okay, so current position was knight d5. What would the best move be? If we go back a couple moves. Okay, we saw rook d8, looked very
I
nice.
feel it. I feel it's so unlucky that there's so many forks here. Like it's a bit out of nowhere. Like the position looks sort of quite harmless, but it's hard to come up with a move after knight d5 because if you go rook d8, there's c6 and knight c7 with this fork.
That is a really nice spot,
If you
though.
go rook c8, which sort of looks logical, there is c6. Or is it c6?
Could you? Probably. Because knight e7 at the end.
At least
I'm not sure.
this is the best I can see is
Oh,
that I can go rook c8 and try to play
c6 looks so normal as well. What's the move for black? Because it looks like it's just equalized. Rook
rook
b5,
d5.
knight e7, and rook c7.
This looks okay for black.
That looks
I
super
do, yeah,
comeback formable.
I think c6 looks very normal. I think the issue here is that there is some kind of mating net available for white. Maybe
Again.
let me try to think. Where is the mating? Maybe something like this could be very tricky. Like let's say here.
But there's always h5. Oh, maybe not, because what you're going for is... Wait, what are you going for?
I don't know. I was trying to think about something like
Oh,
rook
I see.
e4, and then
Oh, that would be so nice, though.
e
For white.
here and try to mate with g4. But I guess you have rook d. It's not so simple.
Oh, but still uncomfortable, I suppose, because h6 is hanging. Oh, it did not like that.
Doesn't really work because you can start going behind and give checks. So I'm
Okay.
curious, like white has something here, but
Opponent isn't even seated and has 10 minutes less on the clock. So
oh, okay, I think I
think,
found it. I think
yes,
this is pretty hard to see. I think this rook a4 is very strong.
you can't take the pawn.
I was looking at.
Oh,
Yeah, doesn't really work. Never mind.
no, it looked convincing.
What does white do here?
Yes, those of you wondering what happened with Andrea's game, she has won and is currently on 5.5. I think it's out of 8. I think the total of games that they play is 9. And then their final game is tomorrow, as far as I'm aware. Yeah. It is definitely a position you want to spend time on because you don't want to fall into those tricks and traps that we spoke about. Would have taken me much longer to see, but we have Stockfish 25 on our side, who is our resident GM.
If only. But yeah, knight c3 looks really nasty when I'm looking at it. Knight c3, knight e4. The king of g5 is in a world of trouble. Like you can't touch this because
You can't take it.
fourth town. And
So what
also
would need to happen here?
I could try something like this. There's knight e4.
This can be like that mating net that you spoke about, almost.
Yeah, this is definitely the mating net. If you go here, there's rook f6 mate. And if you go here, there's king h3 followed by g4.
Okay, that is rough.
Quite
can't even touch that rook.
Quite tough.
So knight c3 is the threat. So rook c8. I think rook c8 is going to be played. I have a feeling.
I really hope she plays rook c8 because then c6 sort of looks like the logical move. And then after rook b5, you're pretty much in the game. Because also
Especially because his
the
rook is
problem with
covering.
the c6 is that exactly you take away the line for the rook. Like this rook does a fantastic job like keeping the black king in a cage. Like he's not really escaping anywhere. But once you go c6, suddenly like you're not going rook c5 here, but I think you can go say rook b3, then maybe go up. Then you're sort of like, as long as you're not getting mated, it's fine. But here with knight c3 and the king in the mating cage, that's the issue that you can't really get out here. It's, maybe king g7, your move was more sensible.
I've never been called sensible before. Thank you so much. All right, so I'm being asked by one of the moderators to remind chat of tomorrow's early round or morning round. I think I have the regulations up somewhere that I can remind you. Brave of you to assume I know these things. I should know these things. But I can let you know. It
What do you
is.
think about morning rounds?
Ooh, they should be. I think mornings in general should be cancelled. But since they exist and since we can't do anything about them, this is why
Like
coffee exists.
a
Yeah.
lot of rain here out of nowhere suddenly.
Oh, what do you think about morning rounds?
Oh, I lost so much rating in morning rounds. If morning rounds would be banned, my rating would be much higher.
Therefore, every tournament you choose to play,
I took a
you should
buy
double
here
check
to
the
avoid the
schedule.
morning round.
Oh, wow. That's actually one of the wisest things one can do. So the morning round is at 9 o'clock, the final round, and that's because the closing ceremony is at 3 p.m. So you probably won't want to miss the morning round. If you do go to sleep and you're in US time, just leave the Twitch channel on so that you can pick up those channel points.
Exactly.
Oh, thank you. Thanks, Sepper.
Um,
Sorry. I was doing a good job at doing my research and realized that it was probably pinned in the chat this whole time. I'm so smart sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah,
There we
I think
go.
like for most chess players are night owls, so it's tough for all of us to play morning rounds,
Indeed. What
especially
time do you
streamers
usually
are
get
night
to
owls.
bed?
Sorry?
What time do you usually like get to bed? Do you have like a regular routine and stuff like that?
Um, it's yeah, it's a bit shameful actually, but like yeah, not proud of it, but like very often it's sometimes 4 and waking up at 11 or 12. But I've been better at it recently, so I've been trying to go to bed at like 1, 2. If I feel good about myself, I go to bed at 1, 2 and wake up at 9, 10. Then I'm very productive.
Oh, nice. I love how
No,
in
I
the
don't know. I'm
beginning
just
you
like I
weren't
feel a
responding
lot
at
of
all.
energy at nighttime and just feel better about existing.
Existing in the
What
night.
about you?
I'm also very much a night owl, which I think is why we love coffee so much because it keeps us going during the day. And I'm most productive in the evenings as well. Like I can get a lot done. That's when the world is asleep and you don't have any distractions. I think this is like one of the most logical ways to explain as to why we do more or able to get more done at night. It's no one else is there to bother us or
Yeah,
send us an email.
exactly. You feel the world is sleeping, so no one can disturb you. No, we're the same there. Have you seen any moves?
Nothing yet. I was also looking at the board, but it looks like Alex is still thinking. She now has 14 minutes on the clock. Opponent, I
Well, I
think
was
the
told we should
opponent is
update the
like
board, but
hovering
I
around somewhere.
think it's the
Say
right
that
position.
again. Someone in chat says sleeping is so elo 1200. So if you sleep, it means you're a weakling. Got you. Noted. Thanks, chat. I'm hoping
I really
Alex will
hope
play
Alex can
soon.
find a move here, but I think Rook C8 is the best shot. Aria think rook c8 is the best strat. Rook, wait, she played
Ooh,
rook
rook
b2,
to b3.
rook to b3. Okay, interesting.
So wanting to keep the rook on the board. So perhaps she knew this plan as well. This pawn is quite far advanced, that exchanging rooks was going to mean bad news
It's her
for the
idea
c-file.
c6, rook d3, perhaps?
Ooh. She's definitely being more proactive, which is good.
I think if c6, rook d3 happens, she's gonna be fine.
Mm-hmm.
The knight doesn't have any good squares to go to. Yeah,
Again,
here
knight c7. Yeah.
we really hope her opponent plays c6. In general, yes, as I said earlier, you don't want to close for your own rook. Like the rook is doing a fantastic job on a6, like keeping this king in a cage. And probably again a move like knight f6 is very strong here.
Knight to f6. You think knight f6 is the best move in this position, and then I'm assuming rook c8 is just really bad.
Yeah, the problem here is like you are in this mate cage and you're getting mated. It's like let's say king here, then the rook comes. Not to g6, but here.
Slip.
And then
Probably just the other rook to f2. Well, no,
yeah,
actually.
that looks strong. Other rook to f2. Everything is
And there's more action happening on the other board there.
I mean you can even yeah, I like rook f2. Like you can probably even go greedy and take this, but maybe then you can go knight h3. Or you have actually this.
Ooh.
Yeah, I feel like white is having all the tricks if they find a4.
If only the black knight was a little bit closer to the white king.
He seems very tense
even-
though. Her opponent seems like also down to 9 minutes now. Alex is gone up from the board. It's probably like the last time of the game you can leave the board and before you get super low on time. I'll just take a quick bathroom break and I'll be back before
Sounds good.
the excitement.
You think the opponent seems surprised by Alex's move. So I'll just make sure that the position is still current. If we go back a couple moves, we were just trying to take a look at all the ways in which the opponent could surprise Alex here. And oh, okay. So opponent plays rook to a4. And at the moment, he has 8 minutes on the clock. Alex is 13, so she was hovering around. She doesn't want to give too much time to, maybe even thinking in her opponent's time. And already well, okay, I'm looking at the evaluation bar first because we know that whatever's going to follow isn't going to be the most accurate information, especially from Stockfish 1. But it looks like it's fairly equal. Now it's just a matter of Alex trying to find the best continuation. So knowing that there aren't many squares left for the knight. So if you're going to move the knight, you're going to have to be very accurate as well. Or if you want to defend the knight, okay, you can't defend the knight. You could counterattack by attacking the white knight. So let's just quickly see what happens after rook d8. Okay, we're not disgusted by rook d8. What would you do, chat? After this move, rook a4, I would like to know what's on the table here. You can defend the knight. How could you defend the knight? Knight b2. I like it, but then, the rook on the rook on the second rank is attacking the knight, and the knight's even further away from the king side, and it's even further away from the pawn. And you want as many pieces as possible to defend, this 3 squares in front of the pawn, because the closer the pawn gets to the queening square, the more dangerous it becomes as well. So we definitely want to play things a little bit safe in that regard, and try to keep it close to home. If you are going to move the knight, maybe a square like a3 isn't too bad. I'm assuming it's bad, but rook d8. I'm gunning for rook d8 here, because on the other hand, you're also defending this pawn with the knight, so you don't have to defend it with the rook as well. Take them by surprise. You can just take the rook off the board, since it's so close to the edge. You can just be like, don't want it on the board anymore. Especially if your opponent's not sitting there, but he is, unfortunately. Yeah. Counter-attack is always good. Exactly. The best defense, offense is the best defense. But I think that originated in like Kung Fu or something. And everybody loves Kung Fu fighting. Yeah. Or e7. E7. You wanted to move the knight afterwards. So rook d8, knight e7. Thank you. I love to take you guys on tangents with me. It's one of my best pastimes. It's always fun up here in my head when there aren't voices. And today we've had 2 of them. One of them we didn't even realize was on the call with us, but you know what? We're learning a lot. E3 is risky. Well, we don't want to play e3. I don't think so. Just because there are 2 pieces already defending that square. And as much as I'm all for giving up pieces, because the fewer pieces you have, the less you have to worry about, I also want to preserve our chances of perhaps getting a positive result from this game. Yeah, I have the recovering. What is the kind of the husky voice? And I have a husky. Oh, that is just when the stars align. Okay, rook d to d2. I think you meant something else, or just rook d2 afterwards. Well, I don't think white will play rook d2 because the knight's attacking that square. So if we can come up with a move that black could play now, then I think that would be super.
Rook a4 is played?
Rook a4 was played, and we were like doing a little like jump of joy on one hand, but then on the other, it's like, what does black play here? I couldn't really find a move, and then I said, if you want to move the knight, you're probably going to have to move it away.
Or is that bunt?
What do you want to play?
Rook d3.
Rook d3. Rook d3. I missed that. This is exactly what you said earlier, and I just completely missed it. I was looking at rook d8 the whole time, and I couldn't find a different move. So rook d3 seems like exactly what you would have wanted earlier as well. Especially because you don't
I think rook d3. Oh, she played something else.
Something else? Okay, rook d8
rook
was played.
d8. I think rook d8 might also be.
This is what I was talking to chat about. So rook d8, though rook d3, like you mentioned, would have made so much more sense. And this is why you are 26 going on 2700, and we are stuck where we are.
I'm stuck too, to be honest, but yeah, rook d8, rook takes d4, rook takes d5, and c6, you can go back to b8. Rook d3 was the only drawing move, says chat. Isn't this drawable?
Yes. That's what I was thinking. So you get a very similar draw-ish position, but white apparently has a slightly larger edge.
Yeah, I
Material
mean,
is equal though. Material.
I think rook d3 was more precise because here you already sort of have the rook on the 8th rank, but it shouldn't matter that much. I think. I don't think the opponent will know how to win this. Like here, rook b8, c7, rook c8. Just bring the king and rook d7. I think it should be very much drawable. It's matter a lot for Stockfish, but opponent is not Stockfish, so I think it's okay.
Stockfish is a very important food
he
group.
seems stressed. I don't think it's so that dangerous.
So the current position still has the knights on the board, just to mention, but this simplification looks like it's definitely drawish and would be in Alex's favor. She'll just have to maintain the pressure that she has on the pawn on the c file.
Yeah, let's see what the opponent does after rook d8.
That's correct. The engine does go burr sometimes.
Down to 6 minutes.
And we do have to thank our amazing producer in the background for making all of this possible and not really pawning any of the logistical things off onto us. So thank you. Seems like a tough job. Oh. He needs to find rook takes c4, only winning move according to fish. Well, if you want to go according to fish,
I'm actually curious why
it's winning. Could you just push the pawn and then go rook b8, c7, rook c8, and the other rook comes around to go to b8?
Yeah, but I thought you can go rook d7 here.
Oh, true.
I guess is this maybe just a technical win after rook c6 or something?
I don't have the engine on, do you?
Doesn't feel like it, but
he has his internal engine on, but I'm trying to see. Okay, we trust you, chat. Perhaps you can give us the lines in chat.
Oh, apparently king f3 is very strong here. Going for king
king f3.
Just involving the king and supporting this. But it's not. That's really not that easy, I think.
How much time does he have? He has 5 minutes. Do you think he'll find it in 5 minutes?
It's not even clear that he will take on c4, to be honest.
Right, so let's wait and see what he's going to decide.
Yeah, I think
he's deep in thought.
I think if I don't see a clear win, he's also not going to see it.
I think he's activated the sport mode by his posture. You know that when you wear a pair of Crocs, Arian, that you can also activate sport mode with your shoes.
When you wear a pair of Crocs, you can activate sport mode?
You've worn Crocs before, yes?
Yes, in school.
Yes. So your Crocs have this little band on the top of it, right? So when you tuck the band at the back of your foot, it is considered to be sport mode. And then you can start running. You can start running really fast.
Have you tried before?
I have. I have tried this hypothesis, and I can safely say that it's true.
Does it help you to play better chess?
Like chat has suggested here, it's 200 IQ play, and it's at least plus 150 rating. So yeah.
Oh, okay. That's what I'm missing.
You get a good grip on the position. Pun intended.
I'll go and get some Crocs today.
It's good. Why do you find that some kids are just so OP at chess? It's because they're wearing Crocs. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is the secret for all the Indian talents is taking over.
Probably.
Okay, we got some moves, or
We didn't get moves yet. I just
Oh,
went
I thought-
back
oh, you
to the current position. I'm so sorry. I went back. And so, in anticipation of these moves, the plan was, and according to Stockfish, the advantage lies in trying to bring the king towards the center. And then, if we were to go at least one more move back, we were racking our brains. We were like, where is our engine? He needs to come back because we completely missed this move, rook d3, which was probably going to save the day. So let's just quickly, I just wanted to see what happens after rook d3. Takes.
Oh, I took on c4, but it looks pretty. Yeah, he's shaking his head.
took-
It looks like he's in
okay.
draw mode, honestly. Like he
Oh,
seems
you
like
think
he's
so?
given up. Yeah, he's shaking his head and he seems very frustrated.
So
It really
this
like
happened.
from body language, it seems like he's really like in a mode that he has messed up and is ready to make a draw.
So let's see if Alex is going to offer a draw here. And this is what happens, c3, c6, sorry. And yeah, perhaps just, would you? No, of course you have to come back
Yeah,
with this rook.
I think he's gonna push the pawn to c7 for sure. It looks so logical to follow up with c7, and then apparently that's like a big mistake. Like you have to start with king f3, and I think the reason for that is just
Yeah.
when the pawn is on c7, it's more vulnerable. Like it's more easier for black to attack it. Like let's say a position like e7, I guess.
He did push the pawn. He pushed it all the way to c7,
That's good.
exactly as you predicted. And I think, yeah, another reason why he was just shaking his head, he's like, I have 2 minutes on the clock and I can't figure this out. I'm just going to play what I think. So
Yeah.
c7, rook c8.
I
He's
guess
not
what you
happy.
can try to do is something like rook c6 to try to keep the black king out.
Right. But
still the rook to say king f5 maybe.
h5.
Yeah, or h5. H5 looks logical. It's just gonna be at the end of the day, it's gonna be hard for white to make progress here. Like whenever you try to go rook b2 and rook b8 to promote this pawn, you always go rook d7. You hit it, and then like once white goes rook b7, you can bring
You
the
can
king.
just push on e. Okay. Yeah.
And even here, I
Yeah.
think you can sort of like just shuffle around and wait. It's hard for white to convert here.
Well, that's exactly what happened as well. I feel like you're secretly a prophet and you can see into the future.
If
So,
only.
so rook b2 happened instead of h5, and then rook to d7. Yeah. So this, I think, over here. Oh, no. Oh, the rook didn't go there. Okay. Rook went here, rook d7. And we're back to equality.
c2.
Back to c2. I wonder if we'll see a repetition maybe, because you also don't want to be overzealous once more and try to push some pawns where maybe you're not supposed to.
So this is the position we have. Is Alex gonna try to just bring the king here? Because
you also just
you can't really get the king to d6 because then you're always gonna face rook c6 check.
maybe
I think what you should do is just sort of like hold this construction
yeah.
and just wait, you know? Like yeah, rook d3 or rook f7.
Sorry, rook
because
f7 looks so much better. Yeah, I like rook. Okay,
yeah,
rook
and like
f7
let's
was
say
played.
whenever white goes rook c5, you just go king g6 because this pawn is also untouchable. Like whenever you try to take it, you just take on c7 and then it fizzles out. So I quite like this, and just like maybe just keep waiting with the king.
Oh, that is nice. That is a good way forward.
Rook f7 on the
I
board, by
think
the
she
way.
knows it as well.
She's totally playing this
It happened?
correctly here.
Rook f7, yes. You know, Alex saved it. We're really, really happy. And I can see it on her face as well. This is comedy, if that's how you pronounce that word. Just full of calm. The opponent is not full of calm. He has a minute and a half. Maybe we can have a double timeout. What do you think? Think she can time her opponent out?
Time the opponent out.
And he can hit 0-0 without realizing it.
Maybe he will lose in time. He doesn't look thrilled.
Flag him.
Or
Yeah, I don't know if you can flag him IRL.
now I think he's gonna take on e5.
King. Wait, something happened in between or no?
If he takes an e5, the game will finish in a draw.
Okay, king g6. Okay.
Immediately.
Got you. King g6 was
Yeah,
played.
he does take on e5 and he offers a draw. We have a result. The game ends in a draw. Brilliant defense by Alex. I think that's
Wow.
that's really well played there. Considering the middle game, she was dead lost and like almost getting mated, managing to play queen j8 there, trading queens and fighting on. And after move 40, she she fought so
Nice
well.
save.
It
was a
is
really
a good day.
nice save.
Good day for the sisters.
Exactly, 1.5 out of
game.
2
Yeah.
between the two of them. And she was on the edge of her seat for most of that game, and she's really kept composure and not at all, lost the will to keep on playing and fighting. And this is exactly what we wanted. We wanted her to stay and fight. And I know that the last couple of days didn't go in her favor, but it's good to, consolidate, or what is the word? Just come back to base and
stabilize
recuperate.
and then recover. And it's always
Exactly.
nice to see the players smile after the game. It shows that they're in good mood and enjoying each other's conversation.
That's true. I do have a very important question though, Arian. Do you think that Alex will also be getting a song and dance after a game?
If she gets I mean, they have a lot of fans out there, so I wouldn't be surprised. She got I was playing Reykjavik Open last year, and Alex was also there, and there was like apparently like 20 people in the street that were singing for her, I think.
I remember seeing this video.
She bought them all a beer.
A beer. I remember that. That was so
Very
wholesome though. Wow, she made a whole video about it. Oh, that was great.
Yeah,
what I really enjoy seeing is the experiences that they're having. They're sharing it with her fans, and we're right here waiting to receive all of that. So I'm hoping that Alex will join us on a call to discuss the game and that she has enough energy to do so. So we'll wait a little bit.
Hope it'll be very interesting to discuss the game. I think
at least we'll be on the receiving end. We're not going to donate wall or ignore the voices in our head.
As we talked about, like Queen G8 was such a good practical decision here because she was in so much. Her king was in so much trouble, and once she traded the queens off, she fought very well in the end game, and it was just like more easy to play for black than before.
That's true. And Andrea did say that she was going to join again with her sister and just to chat about the game. I'm sure Andrea had some time to look over the game to see how it was going.
Yeah, we'll see. Hopefully we'll have them both on.
Our producer, Vila. So when you get back to home, so home is Norway, I'm assuming. So when you get back, how's the jet lag usually? Like, how long does it take for you to adjust?
The jet lag hasn't been. It's not the worst from Argentina. It's like just 5 hours. It's been. I was in LA last year. Then it like 11 hours, I think. That was pretty bad. But 5 hours is, I mean, it takes some days to adjust, but it's much more doable. And also I'll have some time before my tournament in Montreal, so it should be fine. And anyway, you know, as as a professional chess player, your sleep schedule is kind of fucked anyway. So
That's true.
how is it for you with the jet lag?
Yeah, I'd love to call myself a professional chess player so that I have that excuse as well. But when there's jet lag, it usually takes days and days. Not that I've experienced jet lag to that degree. I don't think 11 hours, but maybe the most has been 3.5, 4 hours. But it still can be pretty brutal. Yeah, but otherwise, sleep in general, it gets better sometimes, and then something happens. Like maybe you get addicted to a TV show, or you have, I don't know, a late night prepping or with friends or whatever, and then it just goes downhill. But we try.
Yeah, but I think for us, we're night also. It's not the worst. You have to wake up early. It's much more difficult.
I think I'm like one of these chat members. They say they're a professional chess player. Same. I have lots of chests of drawers in my house that I store things in too.
83, Nick. Yeah, it's 5 hours difference.
I thought it was way more, like at least 7.
Yeah, I did actually think that too. I went to Brazil in January, and I thought it's like also like 8 hours at least, but it was just 4. So, yeah, not too bad, surprisingly. So, when are you traveling to Spain?
We are leaving on the 13th of July. So I think it's about 15 days from now, doing the official countdown and all that stuff. But also readying ourselves in terms of, packing our bags. I always find packing so nice. I enjoy packing. Don't you enjoy packing?
I think you enjoy it more than me. How like do you like start packing a few days before, or how does that work?
Usually, but if it's a short trip, maybe even the day that I'm leaving. So it depends if I'm going just for a night or 3 nights or something. Then this is quite, I think, one of the longest chess trips I'll be going on. It's like 2 months long. So
Oh wow,
I'll I'll
okay,
I'll
then
start.
yeah, that's important to.
Yeah, I'll
How many
start maybe a
suitcases are you
week.
taking with you?
How many suitcase? Oh, so I'm taking my streaming equipment with me. So I'm thinking about
Are you gonna
one
stream a
really big
tournament in
bag.
Spain?
I think so. I think I'll try my best to. Yeah,
You should.
it
You
might
should. I
be
think it's
successful, might not
great
be.
content.
Yes, I need some advice from the pros to see how to do it because they have all the equipment and the programs and the people and
Yeah,
the
but
things.
it's good that you're
Yeah.
getting inspired. It's seems like people really enjoy watching. So
Yeah, it will be fun.
definitely
At least,
start
like you
streaming it.
said, when you're a chess player, you only have your chess to worry about. But at least, if you're a streamer, you can worry about the chess. If the chess doesn't go well, at least the streaming is going well. If the streaming doesn't go well, you have your chess. So it's either one or the other. Hmm.
Yeah, that's definitely something to think about. Like if you're just doing one thing, it's feels much worse if that goes to goes bad.
How's your karaoke?
I'm an expert.
Ah, so you have that to fall back on if it
Yeah,
isn't for chess.
show you. I'll show you in Budapest.
Oh wow! Wait, you weren't joking. You're like a whole
There's
professional
something
and
to look
everything.
forward to. Yeah, I'm like a secret
Bravo.
semi-professional karaoke singer.
On a serious note, if it weren't for chess, what would you do?
Uh, I don't know. That's I probably. I mean, if I would never play chess, I'd probably like choose another sport or something. But yeah, it's
Oh, so
hard
you'd
to
keep it
know.
in the sport realm. That's cool.
I guess so because I was pretty competitive when I was young. So
You look like someone who'd be a really good football player.
Oh, wait, is the Botez there in the chat? Alex is in the chat. Or is it Andrea?
I'll call in a sec. So I'm assuming that is Alex.
Be nice to get her thoughts about the game.
Mhm. I did ask in the Discord. Looks like she is on her way.
So
Yeah, we're eagerly waiting for her arrival. But perhaps she had a lot of fans to get through and didn't want to keep them waiting, which we understand. I like how on Lichess it does this like auto analysis. Like you either made a mistake, it was either a blunder or an accuracy. It was never the brilliance you've been waiting for.
yeah, do
Chess.com.
you like the percentage they have on chess.com? Do you watch it after your classical games, let's say, to watch how many percentage you played?
Sometimes I do. I like to see it just for the ego boost because sometimes I feel like I played a really good game. And even if you didn't, if you won the game, your percentage is just naturally higher. So if you want that little ego boost, don't take it seriously, of course, because you have to look over the game anyway. But yes, what about you? Probably not.
I was yeah, I recently started looking at it. It's kind of like
Oh,
I don't know, but it's only if you play a good game though. It just feels good to like see like 96, 97% or something. But if you're like
that
I think if
is,
it's
yes.
below 90, it's uh feels disgusting.
But you know what? The best thing to look at, if you scroll just a little bit further down, it'll tell you what rating you played as. So it's like you
Oh,
played
I've
like
seen
a
that actually. You're right. But
$2,300.
that's based on chess.com Blitz rating, right?
Uh, don't know. I thought it was just, that's a good question. I have no
I
idea.
feel like they
Because I
easily
think
give
on
like over 3,000, and that's obviously
3,000? Okay, I've never had that. I thought 2,300 was like the best thing to ever happen to me. And now
you
you're
know, I
telling me
mean
there's
like I played
3,000 out
Blitz
there.
on chess.com, and like yesterday I played like a Blitz game on chess.com, and then it showed that I played like 3,000 and my opponent played like 3,300. So I feel like
What?
it easily gives very high numbers, but then I know like is it like based on Blitz rating, or is it can't be based on FIDE, I think, because it's too.
It's the lady of the
Hey,
hour. How
great
you
job.
doing?
I mean, good save. Don't feel great about drawing a 1700, but it could have been worse. Hi chat. Hi everyone. Hi Jesse. Hi Arian. Thank you guys for doing commentary today.
Of course, you held on. You had us on the edge of our seats most of that game. How did it feel when you got into the first time trouble?
I was gonna say I like the pickle Rick in the background. I mean, I don't know. I was just tilted. I was like, why am I here? I could have been on a flight back. This sucks. Could have had a rest day. The King's Indian is bad. I never want to play it again. Stop tilting. But I like I at the very least like I took him seriously and I tried my best. I always struggle with the King's Indian, and the Samish was one of the files that I forgot to prepare for because it's so rare. But yeah, that's how I felt, chat. I hope you guys had a better time than I did. I don't know if where I blundered. Was it where was the blunder? I'm curious about that.
We thought you should have gone bishop c6 instead of bishop e6. Did you think about that? Because I think you should have kept the e pawn flexible, like being able to play e5 or e6. Like in this moment when you played bishop e6, bishop c6 was stronger because like you want to be able to play e5 and take on d5. But after that, like after bishop e6, queen d4, the problem here is like you really want to respond with e5, right?
So I want to take on d5 because I thought I wouldn't want to let him take back with the c pawn and open up his bishop.
So a position like this is what black is dreaming of. If you get something like this, it's very often like arises from the Marocs in the Sicilian. But this bishop is actually not a great piece. Like if you play queen to b6 here, black is in very good shape. Like h5, you can always answer with g5, and you have very good like dark squared strategy. And here you can play queen b4, trade queens.
Okay, I'm gonna be
Bishop
honest.
is-
Like I just clearly do not understand the King's Indian. It is rough. And I always tell myself I'm gonna learn something else, and then I get stuck in theory, and it's too much theory. So then I go back. It's like an abusive relationship. I just go back for the comfort, and I don't understand why I'm still here.
No, I
Yeah,
feel that a lot with the French as
it's a
well. Don't
tough
worry.
opening for sure. It's a lot to remember. I'm not a King's Indian expert myself, but maybe you should have started with c5 here and knight c7. But I mean, it's not easy to play that precise.
Yeah, so the reason I played knight a6, like I had a file from my coach, and I know it was knight a6 and knight d7, and then I did not remember what was left. So like maybe I should have just tried to come up with it on the board instead of try to play fake theory. I don't know.
Yeah, it's always like dangerous when you think you remember, but you're not sure. It's very easy to mix up. It happened to me so many times. But knight b6 was a good move, I think. Bishop d7. These moves made sense. I think your next mistake was bishop e6 was a big mistake. I think you should have gone bishop c6 here just to
Yeah,
keep...
I just genuinely didn't understand that I was supposed to take on d5, but now that I do, that explains this position a lot more.
Yeah, because actually the bishop on f1 is not a great piece, and you're trying to play on the dark squares, and the knight on c5 is strong. Later it's a difficult position. Let's see, you played king g8. Who do we...
I'm watching the board. It's a little bit behind. Yeah. So then I'm curious. She didn't take on e6. All of a sudden, I was like completely lost. I'm curious what I did.
Ooh, this tactic would have been brutal.
Here we thought you should take on d5 instead of going 95. You just want to get rid of the bishop immediately, and just keeping...
Yeah, I guess the entire theme was I just never took on d5 because I thought I wasn't supposed to.
Yeah, yeah. I think now it's very important to know you always want to take on d5 in these positions. The bishop on e2 is not that great, and you want to play on the dark square because your bishop on e6 doesn't have a future. It never really stands well on e6. It doesn't do much there.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I think we're good on analysis. Like I'm gonna have to review it. I think that was probably the
what I really liked was
actually,
queen g8. Queen g8 was a very good move that you played.
Wait, was knight b8 correct or was it wrong?
I mean, honestly, here it's already like really hard to suggest moves.
Also,
like,
I think whoever is making the moves is really confused. They keep going in sidelines. Is that Vila? He's trying.
Oh, shame.
It's
It depends on the position you're looking at, because we were looking at chess.com.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't play king 8. Are we looking at different lines now?
So this was what happened
king h7,
in the game, right? f5.
Yeah.
Bishop
Didn't I play f6?
Oh, you're right. You played f6. This is what happened. Takes.
Yeah.
What I was going to say was queen g8 was a very good move. You had to trade queens because otherwise your king is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah. Damn. Yeah. This is looking rough. Anyway, we could just pause here. It's okay. I think the board is delayed and funny things are happening. So I'll just...
Yeah, it seems like the board saved all the sidelines, so that's why it's confusing on chess.com. But yeah.
Yeah, no, that's okay. Well, chat. I hope you guys enjoyed the chess today. Tomorrow is our last game. I'm glad Andrea won her game and she's in a good mood. I'm so glad that I'm here and not home resting with my bird and my bed and my comfort. So
we're
happy
talking
to be...
about Squeak. And honestly, Alex, your chat seemed super grateful and happy that you decided to stay and play the final 2 games. So good luck for tomorrow morning as well.
Oh, so lovely. Okay, chat. Well, I will see you guys tomorrow. Also, for those of you who are hanging out, when I am back, I'm gonna be streaming poker July 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. On the 1st, it's gonna be a creator game, so it'll be pretty fun. We'll have some familiar faces. Nemo is coming, Benjamin Feingold is coming, and then we also have some other streamers like Nate Hill and Yasuo, some YouTubers. And then the next 2 days will kind of be a mix of like poker pros in them. I'm basically trying to bring the most entertaining poker people I know into these games. So hopefully you guys will be around to watch if you have time. Thank you guys for tuning in. Arian, Jesse, thank you guys for doing commentary. I know it's kind of last minute. All right. Well, chat, hope everybody's doing well. And I'm gonna go not sulk. I'm gonna go
Thanks
just
for having
enjoy
us
my
and have a
Rest
well-deserved
up.
rest. And best of luck tomorrow in the last round. Enjoy your
Okay,
rest.
thanks guys. Bye.
Bye. Bye bye.
Bye, guys. Bye.
So I guess we will be closing up and just saying our final words
Yeah,
of
no,
the
that was,
day, not ever.
it's a long game, so it's very understanding that you're tired after a game like that. It's especially you have to defend
Exactly.
for so many hours. But
Yes,
important.
she had to fight back. She had to fight back for such a long time.
Yeah.
But I appreciate all the insightful knowledge and stories. And I felt like I learned a lot today. So thank you, Arian.
Thank you so much. It's been great commentating with you, and I hope to do it more in the future.
Yes, me too. All right, chat. It was a pleasure speaking to you and seeing everyone again. And for those of you who don't know who I am, my name's Jessie, and joined by my amazing co-commentator Arian, who I'm sure is a veteran on this channel, otherwise seen on Chess Press. Yeah, but
Thank you so much,
yeah, see
Jesse.
you all. Thank you. Bye bye.
See you guys. See you.